Board of Education work session for Tuesday, September the 6th. Before we ask for our closed session motion, I would like to just share with everyone that our board colleague, Philip, and as well as Ed, are not feeling well this morning, so they're not going to be with us today. So just wanted to give everybody a heads up on that. And at this time, we'll have a motion for closed session.
Madam Chair, I move the board enter closed session to consider confidential personnel matters as provided in North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A1 and A6 and 115C-319, and to consult with the Board of Education's attorney to preserve the attorney-client privilege and discuss the following litigation matters: Department of Transportation versus Moore County Board of Education, 22 CVS 907, and Department of Transportation versus Moore County Board of Education, 22 CVS 962, as provided in North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A3.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
At this time, we will go to our conference room, and then we will return for our meeting.
How can we possibly adjourn?
Call our meeting back to order. Is there a motion to approve agenda?
Madam Chair, I would like to move to amend the agenda to remove the item 2A under board action, the revision of elementary and secondary school emergency relief vote. This was a request made by Mr. Holmes, and seeing that he is not in attendance at the meeting, I would move that we defer that until the business session next Monday.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
At this point, I would move that the agenda be approved as amended.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the vote carries. Now we'll have our Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Levy, will you do us the honor of
Yes,
allegiance?
thank you very much. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And we'll have a moment of silence. Thank you. Next, we will begin with our board action items. We have endorsement of Schwartz Law Firm to take lead on North Carolina Department of Transportation matter. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Good morning again, board members. This item is to endorse Mr. Schwartz and the Schwartz Law to take the lead on North Carolina Department of Transportation matter. The negotiations with the North Carolina Department of Transportation were being handled by Theron and Smith Law Firm during the transition of firms to Schwartz Law. An agreement was not reached with the NCDOT, so this process is now going into the condemnation stage and is a natural transition for Schwartz Law now to take the lead in this matter. So I'm recommending that the board formally endorse the recommendation that Schwartz Law now take the lead moving forward.
Well, Mr. Schwartz, do you have any comments?
And Madam Chair, I believe that would be for both of the NCDOT matters that were referred to in the closed session motion.
Okay, all right, thank you. Board members, you have any questions, comments?
Would so move to approve.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you so much. The motion carries. And Mr. Schwartz, we thank you for coming this morning to help us out.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Have a great rest of the meeting.
You as well.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz.
Have a
Appreciate
good
it.
trip.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have North Carolina School Board Association Conference voting delegates. And this was an item that I had actually asked to add to our agenda. Each year, we meet in Greensboro with our North Carolina School Board Association Conference. And we typically have up to 4 delegates as voting members during that meeting. So at this time, I would like to recommend and ask the board's vote for our colleagues, Bob Levy, as well as David Hensley. Both of them have expressed that they will be attending the conference. So I will ask if there is no additional votes, or if no one has any other recommendations for board members, I would ask that we make a motion to vote them to go.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second it. I was waiting for Stacy. She's thinking that.
Well, I'm trying to pull it up on my thing.
Any questions, comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, vote carries 5 to 0. And then finally, for board action, we have an opportunity to nominate one of our board members to serve on the board of directors meeting, and this would be at the state level. There is no guarantee that that they will approve our nomination. It goes through the process. But at least having one of our colleagues to be nominated to be a part of that, that group would be awesome. So I would like to recommend that we vote on Bob Levy. Bob is on our legislative committee, and he is willing to represent us should he get selected by the board of directors. Any other comments? Anyone have any other?
As long as he's good with it.
No, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
We've spoken about it.
Okay.
And I want to say I thoroughly appreciate the confidence that the chair has given him.
Okay.
So at this time, is there a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Vote carries. And that is all of our board action items
I
for
too want to make
for
sure you're
today.
of sound mind. Well, I don't know. You ask my wife. And I don't know what she'll say.
Next, we'll move right on into reports, information, and discussion. And we'll get 22-23 budget update and discussion. Dr. Locklear, and look who's back. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, we're pleased to have a special guest with us this morning. I wish I didn't have to call him a special
I
guest,
know.
but pleased to have a special guest with us this morning, Andrew Cox, who, as I noted in some communication with the board previously, Andrew's continued to help in the background as he can, even though he's transitioned over to Harnett County Schools as Assistant Superintendent there at Financial Services. Andrew, being the person he is, has continued to assist and help. And want to publicly say thank you to him, and also publicly say thank you to his superintendent, who's been supportive of that, Dr. Aaron Fleming in Harnett County Schools. So really appreciate that, and appreciate that work. But today I wanted to, we discussed with the board over the last 2 months, in July and in August, brought the board a budget update, gave you information around with the commissioners, what they approved in our local funding, how that matched up with our base budget and board priority request. So I have updated the board on that this month. Again, updated that. But the reason Andrew's joined us today, one of the main reasons he's joining us today, is to talk a little bit about the work that he's helped us with to recalibrate the decompressed classified salary scale, and to recalibrate that in such a way where it may be something that the board would consider moving forward with this year, to decompress the scale. And so Andrew's going to take a little time to help us with that and walk us through that this morning. So thanks, Andrew. Appreciate it.
Yes,
But looks like Cindy's manning the thing. Cindy, if you'll pull up our one-pager there, so I can briefly just remind the board, you've seen this. Now this is the third meeting that you've seen this budget one-pager, if you will. Just very quickly, the top half of that is the base budget items that the board approved in your request to the county commissioners back in April. So that green column is what you approved in that original request. The clear or white column is what the county approved, and then the kind of orangish column represents the current expense from the county, and then when we have some different colors, it represents a combination of current expense and fund balance. The one change in this one of the couple changes in this document that you saw last month is one, I'm using that figure of $4.15 million for the total amount that was added to the current expenditures from the county. We of course talked about the fact that the digital learning fund was eliminated and rolled into that, but the gross additional amount that was funded by the county is $4,150,000. And so that's the amount I'm using here just to avoid any confusion in what we're looking at here. You'll also note in this chart that we're including the commitment we have in the digital learning fund and those digital lease obligations. And by the way, you have a hard copy in front of you if you want to look at that instead of what's on the screen. So that amount is in here, and then you'll see the amount of the recalibrated scale. But if I'll just quickly walk you through the top portion. Again, that third column, that orangish looking column, is the impact of the state budget that was passed in July, became law in July, and what the county allocated. That deeper orangish color is the current expense, additional funds from the county, and what it will take care of in our base budget, those fixed costs. You see, again, it's taking care of the certified staff supplement step, the administrative staff salary increase, the local certified salary pay increase that was required by the state budget, the compressed local classified salary pay increase. Again, this is the compressed scale of making sure everyone's moved up that minimum $15 per hour, or if they're already over that, had received that 4%, and that did compress our scale as we've talked about, and that was about a $1.3 million in current expense. This also includes our charter school flow through, our utility rate, inflationary costs for resources and materials, supplies and materials. It's also included the prior year fixed costs that weren't covered by recurring revenue. And then in that final row there, it also includes the current digital lease obligations of $330,000. And in order to accommodate all of that, that does require some fund balance in order to accommodate for that digital learning fund. And so that column includes, again, what our Board of Commissioners approved and we received from our Board of Commissioners. We're very, very grateful for that $4.15 million. It also includes using some fund balance to take care of our digital lease obligations. As we move down the chart, we get into the board priorities that the board approved in your original request in April. And we've talked about these previously. There are 3 that are highlighted there with a potential funding path. Some we've already approved. First, using ESSER 2 funds, as we noted, to support the established Connect Academy. Last month, the board did approve that. We've got the funding path for the counselor at Cranes Creek, either through the ADM increase, that we may receive that funding from the state and what we get from the state, or use fund balance to accommodate for that. And then we get to the revised amount for decompression of the classified salary scale. Again, this is the work that Andrew's been doing. You probably recall that when we presented this and Andrew presented this was presented, and that amount of $2.7 million was based on the integrity of what the scale was when we estimated our budget. It was based on the integrity of the classified scale, and we knew that this was a very high impact to the budget. And you may recall our discussions as we worked through this, that we also knew that at some point we got to come back to this. And we needed to dig into this and look at how we recalibrate the scale so it's not that high of an impact to our budget. And so Andrew's been doing that work. We now estimate that impact to be $750,000. You can see that could potentially be funded from fund balance. I'll sum that up a little more after Andrew walks through his information, but if there aren't any questions at this point, I'll turn it over to Andrew. Yes, sir.
Dr. Locklear, I do have one question. I meant to ask this last time we reviewed this. It's kind of been in the back of my mind. Why Cranes Creek? Does Cranes Creek not have a counselor? And do the other middle schools have a counselor? What separates Cranes Creek out here?
That was part of when we were discussing the budget, discussing board priorities. Cranes Creek enrollment went up over last year, increased, as part of the student reassignment process that we went through. So their enrollment went up approximately over 200 students, in that range. And so that was something that we identified as a need there. So they had 1 counselor. This now gives them 2 counselors, which aligns itself to our other middle schools.
But didn't, Dr. Locklear, didn't the Southern Middle go down that much, or am I wrong?
Southern Middle did go down some, and I don't know the exact numbers off the top of my head.
Well, because what we did at between Southern Middle and Cranes Creek was we took the kids from West Southern Pines, for the most part, and sent them over to Cranes Creek. Okay, so lowering the population of Southern Middle, why can't we take a counselor out of Southern Middle and put them in Cranes Creek?
Southern Middle was over 700 students. This reassignment process is now, did put them at approximately 600 students. They're a little below right now, I think, as we're coming in beginning of the year. And so that aligns with 2 guidance counselors. So that aligns it with what we wanted to support at Cranes Creek, where they're coming in about 600 students of it. That's what the discussion was in the spring when we were discussing this, and making sure, I know the board members who advocated for this wanted to make sure that Cranes Creek was supported at that same level.
But when, also, when when we have the further explanation of these expenses, I'd like to know what our projected fund balance is going to be based upon what you're proposing so far.
Yes, sir.
That I would like to know, and I still don't understand why the $750,000 is taken out of one pile and put into another pile, and that lowers the first pile to 4.1 million, but doesn't raise the other pile.
No, sir. Just for clarity, if I can clarify that one, the amount if you look at last month's one pager and previous, I was using the net increase of funding, which was 3.4 million. In this one pager, I'm including I'm using the $750,000.
So you're adding this, okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. And the $400,000 for the charter school flow-through, is that the entire amount, or is that just the amount based on the $4.1 million raise?
That's the estimated increase in charter school requirement. Andrew, is that correct?
Yeah, it's based on the additional money from the county
But
and their increase. It's not the total amount going to the charter schools. The total amount going to the charter schools will be over $3 million. I don't know the specific amount, but it's a little over $3 million.
Right, so that's the increase, is the
It's
400,000.
yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
And then to kind of give a little prelude to your other question, this current, looking at currently using fund balance for the items that was noted on this budget update would require a little over $1.1 million in fund balance, assigning 1.1. And we are estimating, and of course won't know the exact amount until the audit's complete, but we are estimating above the $2 million floor. Remember, we keep a $2 million floor for cash flow purposes, but above that, we're estimating approximately 2 to 2.5 million above that of fund balance. So that would be assigning 1.1 out of that 2.5.
Yeah, correct. I was just going to clarify, that's prior to assigning the 1.1. If the board chose to assign the 1.1, so it'd be somewhere a little more than 4 million. If you assign the 1.1, you'd be somewhere between 3 to 3.5 million if fund balance, if you assign the 1.1 based on what we're talking about today.
And so as a fund balance, we'd have about, after we do the 1.1, which is the compression, we would have about 2.9. Am I correct? We have 4 million. So if you take off 1.1, that's 3.9, right?
So, right, we'll have a little more, we anticipate having a little more than 4 million, as Dr. Locklear said. And we don't know the exact number yet. The auditors are still doing that work to help us figure out that final number. That's after compression of after decompression,
Right.
not compression.
And our target is 2.
Our minimum is 2, our maximum is 4.
So if we took, so I'll just go ahead and skip a little bit ahead. So if we took the $500,000 to lower class size to 24 from 3.9, we'd still have 3.4 left. So we do have the money in the fund balance to lower class size to 24. Am I correct?
The board could make that decision, yes, sir.
I'm something I'm very adamant about. I just wanted,
Be 2 be 2.4, not,
Let's.
Okay, all right,
let's
all right,
hold that point.
Yeah.
We'll circle back. We're not gonna lose sight of that. But Andrew, if you will, help us with where we are with our decompression of classified and go through what we need to know.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Charlie's pulling that back up, presentation, as Dr. Locklear did mention, the decompressed scale, the original one that we presented back in the spring, it was built on the exact same integrity as the scale that was put in place last year, that was put together by the Piedmont Triad Council. We tried to mimic that scale pretty much exactly when we did our increases throughout the whole process. All employees received a significant percentage increase on that scale, as was a concern. And your most expensive employees received the largest increase, dollar-wise. Again, something that was a concern. The scale started at $15 per hour and went all the way to $46 per hour for the employees. And as Dr. Locklear alluded to, it was a significant cost of almost $2.8 million. And throughout the conversations, throughout the time, it was a significant cost, and we knew that it would have to be recalibrated in order to be able to be funded.
Andrew, whose model did you say that we adopted?
So the initial
Right, yeah.
scale that was put into place
Yeah.
last year was put together by the Piedmont Triad Council.
Who are
They are a group, and I can't speak to everything about them. They are the same group that did the salary scales for the county of Moore. They put together, they came in, did the analysis for the county. They came in, did the analysis for the school system, and made the recommendation of the scale for us as well. And the reason the district chose the Piedmont Triad Council was because of the work they had been doing with the county as well, I
Okay, so
believe.
there were consultants that we hired.
Yes, sir, correct,
Okay.
correct, yeah.
I do have one observation on that. The chair and I discussed this extensively back when this unfolded real time. And it was never the intention of this board just to take the entire classified staff salary and multiply it times 1.2 or whatever the factor was. It was always to mitigate, and I think it was the consensus of the board to mitigate the damage, to mitigate the effects of the lower wage scale, right? And I thought that we just took the wage scale and multiplied it times 1.2. I'm just shocked that we hired a consulting firm who took the wage scale and multiplied it times 1.2.
The-
And I know I oversimplified it.
No,
but-
I wasn't saying that. We did not hire a consultant back in the spring. It was, a consultant was hired back in, with Dr. Alpenfeld saying there, probably 2016, 2017
4 or 5
timeframe
years
to build the
ago.
original scale.
Yeah.
I did the work, taking the same integrity of
Okay,
that
multiplied.
scale and
Yeah.
factored out to come up with that 2.78
Gotcha.
million back in the
Gotcha.
spring. So we did not hire a
Gotcha.
consultant at that point.
Yeah.
We took what they had done previously and built on top
multiplied
of,
it.
built on top of that. Yeah,
Got it.
that's how we came up with that.
All right.
So,
Thank you.
going from there, we took similar structure, something that's not on here. The state passed a budget increasing everybody to 4%, anybody that was already over $15. And so we took that in consideration, took the board's feedback into consideration, the concern that you were just mentioning, Mr. Hensley, there in consideration when we were looking at how to recalibrate the scale. And so what we did there, those grades that were below $15 per hour, we increased them to $15 per hour, built a slight increase to decompress the scale up to where when you got to 4%, those people started taking a decrease. So then we just kept them as best as I could over that 4% threshold throughout the rest of the scale instead of having the big increases that first decompression calculation had. So now the scale starts at $15 just like the previous one does, but the max per hour goes up to $38 per hour, which is $8 per hour less than the previous scale. And when you do that, it comes into an additional cost of only $750,000 as opposed to that million that was originally presented. And if we go to this slide and look at this, what this does, this takes where these lower paid employees were, and even some of the higher paid employees, show the significant cost of the original proposed decompression, and now shows the increased cost based on the new recalibrated decompression. So I'll walk through this. So a part-time employee, the lowest paid employee, part-time at $51.70 in fiscal year '22, based on the original decompressed scale, would have gone to $75.33, which is over 45% increase. So with the new recalibrated scale, that person would go to $73.24, so it's a 41% increase. Still a large increase for your lower wage earners. And I won't go through each one of them, but as you see, the $22,189 is where we have a full-time person. Those first three are part-time employees. The $22,189 is a full-time employee. On the original decompressed scale, it went to $29,248, which was a 31.8% increase. On the recalibrated scale, it's $27,602, up from $22,189, which would be a 24.4% increase. So as you see, as you walk down, those lowest wage earners are getting the largest percent increases. And then where that largest person, who would have gone from $79,385 to over $95,000 with a 20% increase, now goes from $79,000 to $82,000, which is the minimum 4% as mandated by the state. So it does take into consideration that those lowest wage earners do get the largest increase. Those higher wage earners, those percentage increases have come down much closer to that 4% minimum as mandated by the state, which again adds additional cost of $750,000 as opposed to that $2.7 million original. So I think it does take into consideration the concerns that the board had, also the concerns that the commissioners talked about when we presented it to them as well. And so that's kind of how we decompressed it, the new recalibrated decompression, and shows where some examples of where the employees would fall based on that new calibration. And so that's just a little bit of how we did it. Shows the examples, and this time happy to take any questions. I'll take any questions. Dr. Locklear.
Andrew, if you'll go back to that last slide, I think this clearly shows our difference in our first go around and where we are now. And obviously, as you indicated, there were concerns. I had spoken to personally to a couple of commissioners following our presentation to let them know that we were working and trying to go back and revisit that. So I'm sure they possibly, Dr. Locklear, may appreciate our update. If you could share that with Wayne, just to let them know how all of this ended up, so that they know that we have revisited and our numbers are back in line. Board members, you have any comment? Mr. Henson?
Just a couple quick comments. First, a question for Mr. Cox. So all the new, if this was approved, all the new classified salary scales would be updated, right? Every time in service and grades and all that.
Correct. Yes,
right?
sir. They take a small step increase, as
Right.
we talked about,
Right.
and it still kept the 1% going out
Right.
for years of service, as the scale does now.
Okay, so the percentage increase in years of service remains the same under this new model?
Yes, as it did
Okay.
previously.
Yeah,
Yes.
that was one of my
Yep.
concerns. And I guess my only question, well, I was gonna ask if this had been staffed out to representatives of the classified staff for them to review and comment on.
This hasn't been staffed
Okay.
out to them or shared with them. Certainly, we have a classified support staff advisory council. This is definitely something that we'll be sharing with them, but we have not talked to them
Yeah.
about this.
just as you were going through it, Mr. Cox, the way you were describing it, I was concerned that the yearly time and service had gotten compressed, or the steps had gotten compressed. Had either one of those gotten
So the steps did slightly get decompressed. They were originally at, the first few steps,
The steps between grades. of
Step,
employees.
yeah, the steps
Right.
between grades,
Yep.
was originally built at 0.59%. I took that to 0.5%, from 0.6, essentially
Okay.
0.6 down to 0.5. And then when it got to 15, some of those larger percentage increases did, compress some, trying to keep those at close to 4% as possible without blowing the scale out like it was originally done.
If I were going to study these in detail, my concern would be, and what I would look at, would be, are the increases, both the steps and the time and service increases at the lower wage, lower spectrum of the wages, are those sufficient? And did they retain their, what we had originally? If so, then this is great, but that would be my concern.
Yeah. Mr. Levy?
Yes, in the budgetary allotment for this decompressed scale, were you thinking of starting it at a particular time? In other words, when you came up with your overall cost for this fiscal year, were you considering starting it in October, or is this retroactive to the beginning of the fiscal year?
So we costed out an annual cost increase. And so with the 750,000, the recommendation would be to start at October 1, as prior, going back to July 1. There's some complications on the finance side, dealing with the retirement system and some other things. It would be much cleaner, and much better for the district, from I won't say a financial aspect. It puts the district where there aren't potential issues that could be raised by the retirement system and some other folks if it was started on October 1. And I will say this, now that I'm over in Harnett implemented their scale last year in October, in the middle of the year. So it's something that could be done and has been done in other districts. And it would be cleaner, starting October 1.
That's fine, but what I'm looking at is the overall budgetary impact. So you said that this cost was at 1.1? So it's going to be a little less.
The cost is 750,000.
Excuse me,
I did reduce a little bit of the cost to factor that in, down to 750,000, because the cost is a little bit more if you took the full yearly, but it's not significantly more.
Okay, so you've already, that 750,000 already cost that down.
Right. You could add in about another 150,000 or so if you did a yearly increase on that.
Would cost us 150,000
More. So it'd be about 900,000 if we started back at July, as opposed to
Right.
750,000 starting in October.
Right, so I just wanted to see the budgetary impact.
Right.
I understand the doing it in October. I've got no problem with that. I just try to find more money. That's what I'm trying to
Understood,
do.
right. Understood.
Yeah. Any other questions, board members? Again, Andrew, thank you.
You're welcome.
For all of your work and for continuing to help us out. Dr. Locklear, did you have any additional comments or?
Just if you go back to the one pager, you'll see the note there at the bottom that talks about what it would require out of fund balance to assign out of our
Right.
fund balance, $1,155,000 to meet the fixed costs or base budget needs and to take care of the board priorities that are highlighted there.
Okay.
One of those
And-
being the $750,000 for the decompression of the classified salary scale.
And the last comment was with getting back to Bob's concern on whether or not we would have additional funds or in the fund balance for reducing the class size. Is that something that you want to speak to today, or do you want to revisit that whenever we bring it back on Monday for a vote?
Well, currently, this is an information item. You could make a motion
Okay,
to make this an action item if
Okay.
you so wanted to move forward with this plan as it currently sets of decompressing. You could take an action just on that one item if you so wanted to. So that could move forward. I certainly would say that, as Andrew said, we're looking at approximately a total of $4 to $4.5 million in fund balance, somewhere in that range. Always remembering that $2 million of that is our floor for cash flow. And so if we did assign the 1.15 million, you then are probably somewhere, correct my math here, Andrew, we're probably somewhere around a little over $3 million in fund balance at that point. That would be left for the board to decide if they wanted to do something else with it.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, let me say something. You say the $2 million in fund balance is our bottom line. According to the county commissioners, they don't want to see us with what they would call a slush fund. That's what they would call it. I don't call it that. By the way, I respect the need for a fund balance, but they would call it a slush fund of a couple of $1 million. Quite frankly, what they did a couple of years ago was they found a large fund balance that the board had, and they started cutting our allotments. Now, this is something that the board has said that is a priority. We have the money for it, okay? The county commissioners are going to say if you have above a $2 million fund balance, the county commissioners are going to say, well, we're not going to give you don't need any additional money for anything because you already have that money. And this is a top priority. Don't forget, one of the things, and I hate to bring it up right now, but I suppose I will. I took a look at Aberdeen Elementary, which is having some problems. We all know it's having some problems right now. And their class size is actually above the average class size of the rest of the county. Okay, if you take a look at the state information, we've got to get that class size down. We've got some problems here. All right, and salaries are important. There's no question about that. But we have to look at academic excellence. And the one thing that we can do when we have the money for it, we've already named it as a priority, is to lower class size. We need to do that. And I think we need, the board as a consensus, has to say to Dr. Locklear, when you bring this back on Monday for approval, which I think we should.
This is a report, not an action item.
I understand it should be an action item, number one, because we want to, should be an action item for next week, because we want to raise those salaries. It's one of the things we want to do. We have to do an action item for that.
Yes, sir. It could simply be a motion of the board to move this to an pending action item, and it could be moved to that for Monday.
Right. I think, Dr. Locklear, you should also propose that we, because I intend to propose, if Dr. Locklear you don't, but I would prefer it to come from the board as a consensus, that out of that $3.1 million that, actually, you said it's between 4 and 4.5, and so that would be between 3.1 and 3.6, that we lower class size and spend that, I believe it's $550,000 to do precisely that. I think it's extremely important that we do it. We've been wanting to do it, well, this board has been wanting to do it for years, I believe.
Yes.
And we have the money, and we've got to show the public that we're interested in raising the academic performance of our schools, especially given the fact that our report cards were, I mean, it's coming out of COVID, and I understand all the arguments against it, but we need to show resolve to the public and resolve to our students, more importantly, that we're doing something about it.
So let's add this item as a placeholder for, next week. Is that I don't think
I
we
would-
need to vote on it.
Well, I
do
think,
that,
there
do-
does need to be,
Okay,
does need
okay.
to be a
We can
motion
just-
to
We
move.
can just add it to next week's.
Right,
agenda.
That's
as,
what
as a
I'm
pending
saying.
action item,
Yeah,
yes.
but just
Mhm.
when we decide next week's agenda, we'll do that, we'll just
It's
add this to it.
more like we're looking at two separate items. There's this item and the decompression of the classified scale and the hiring of the guidance, the things on this list is one item, and I see that as an action item. But now what Mr. Levy's talking about with the allocation of fund balance to hire teachers should be under separate consideration.
Mhm.
See, and I don't see it, it's all
It's the
the,
same item.
it's the, it's changing the budget for this year. And these are all budget changes for this year.
Right.
And quite frankly, I don't see how we can do all these other things and not look at academics, because that's what
Agreed.
that's what we're supposed to do. So we should do it all at once. If Dr. Locklear won't propose it, then I'll propose it as an amendment to the action item on the decompression and salary scale. They're both important. They're extremely important.
All we have to do, Madam Chair, I believe, is when we get to item 4H, all we have to do is a member has to say, hey, let's
Exactly.
add this to next week's agenda.
And that's basically what my point was, is when we
Right.
get to our agenda items, we'll add this as a placeholder for that time.
Right.
That was my,
I'd still like to respond to Bob just a moment. My reason for suggesting they be separate is that we're talking about dipping into fund balance. Fund balance is not recurring funds. And I think we have to keep in mind that although this year we had, and I'm a little confused because we've thrown everybody's, all these different numbers out. We know we have to maintain the 2 million in order to process current activities. What is our actual fund balance, Mr. Cox?
So it's estimated to be between 4 and 4.5, don't know the exact amount.
Over the 2 million.
No.
So subtract,
To-
let's
total-
subtract the 2
yeah.
million.
So if you take the 2 million, you're 2 to 2.5 million, over the 2 million floor.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we're talking about, on the high side, 2.5 million.
Yes.
It's a possibility. We're going to take 1 million of it already with the counselor and the decompression of the scale. So we're looking at 1.5, correct?
750,000, I believe,
And then the
and not
counselor.
a million.
Okay, so
750,000.
900,000 then,
Mhm.
basically, with the
Well,
counselor and the,
so you're looking
and
at,
the decompression.
with all these items, before you consider the teachers, you're looking at 1.1 million to meet all the base budget, the counselor, and the decompression. So you're
we're
at
looking
1.1 there.
1.4 so we got 1.4 left.
So you got you should say 2.5
Mhm.
minus 1, so yes, 1.4.
1.4 left.
1.4
Right,
left, yes.
so that's all we have to, I'm gonna use the term, to play with, but to move into other funds. Now, I'm gonna go on record, I wholeheartedly support adding additional teachers. There's nothing we need more than to reduce class sizes, especially in our 4th and 5th grades. There may be other grade levels that also need reduction. But I'm really concerned that we would tie hiring anybody to non-recurring funds. And what fund balance is truly non-recurring, because we don't know what will happen at the end of a year.
Excuse me.
Wait a
I'm
minute,
sorry,
wait a minute.
okay.
And then the other thing is that knowing that we still have, 50 certified positions open that we need to hire teachers for, I'm just not sure, we can put the jobs out there, but I don't know that Dr. Alpenfels, as hard as she works, would be able to fill those additional positions. So yes, we need the teachers. I don't want to debate over that part. I wholeheartedly support it. But I just don't know that saying we're gonna put the pressure on to hire is gonna put them in the classrooms.
Well, first of all, it is recurring revenue, because you've got the classified staff money, that 750,000, that's gonna be, or the 900,000, that's gonna be year after year after year. Your fund balance is by definition recurring revenue. because that's your allotment and you're expecting, well, you never know what the county commissioners are
right.
gonna give you.
You never know.
Year to year. But it certainly is an argument to the county commissioners, you know, why don't we just cut out all sorts of things on the budget because we're not sure whether the county commissioners are gonna give it to us. No, we're basing it on the budget that we have. That is recurring revenue by definition. It's not ESSER funds. ESSER funds are non-recurring revenue, okay? Now, to the extent we can't get the teachers, you know, well, then we won't spend the money and it won't matter at all. You know, certainly, hopefully Dr. Appenfels
We
will
don't
get
have,
the teachers.
excuse me, we don't have a finance director, but we're not eliminating the position. I
Right.
mean, you could say that about every single unfilled position in the district, is Bob's point, and he's absolutely correct.
But the bottom line, let me remind you that seems like 90% of what we're due is things, are things that are tangential to education. They're necessary, you know, putting up buildings and things like that. They're important. But when we get down to class size, investing in the kids and making, and especially when we get a report card, the report cards that we've got to do something about it. And there's also one other thing. Before I got on the board, I saw a vote, and I was out in the audience, and I saw a vote of the board. And it was a question as to whether you were going to put as a priority in that year, lowering class size. And oddly enough, the person who I'm replacing voted no. You voted yes. Vote yes again. It was the right thing to do when you did it before. It'll be the right thing to do now, because it's for the kids, and you know it.
So, any other comments, questions? We're gonna move on to our next item.
Yeah, we have 10 more items to go, so
Exactly.
let you all know
So
that.
the next item is review of Moore County, some schools, summer learning opportunities for student and staff. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. This is an overview of the summer work that's taken place this past summer as we've begun the school year. This is a look back at not only our summer learning opportunities that were offered, summer school, et cetera. There's a lot of summer learning opportunities that were offered. I think we had some board members who asked for a briefing on this, and so we wanted to bring this information to you. But it's also information about the work we've done with our professional staff. You've seen evidence of that when Ms. Fay came back and talked about the work that's been done in the social studies curriculum last month, the work we did with our PBD education curriculum, et cetera. These are all examples of things that were done over the summer. So Dr. Metcalf and esteemed team that are with you this morning, making you look good, Dr. Metcalf.
As it should be. Yeah, I am so proud of this team. I am surrounded, and I think you would agree with me, Dr. Locklear, with the best academic and student support service team in the state of North Carolina, if not the country. And very proud of the work that they accomplished over the summer, whether it be our Read to Achieve program or our summer leadership conference or the More Engaged day that we had. And we just want to share the work that they did over the summer. We'll start with Donna.
Good morning. The Read to Achieve program is driven by Senate Bill 387, and it requires second and third graders to be invited to reading camp if they have not demonstrated reading proficiency on M-class assessment or in third grade EOG, Read to Achieve assessment, the BOG, the beginning of grade assessment, as well as the M-class. First graders were optional this year. This is the first time under Senate Bill 387 that first grade was not required, but for those of us that are reading teachers, we know how critical it is to have early intervention. So we were able to write our first graders in as an early intervention. We had 45 teachers provide instruction during Read to Achieve camp. 35 of those, I just wanted to note, had 10 or more years of experience. So we had a lot of experienced teachers supporting our struggling learners this summer. One of the big focuses was small group instruction as well as engaging lessons. What we really focused on is you've got to drill down to those skill gaps with phonics and phonemic awareness and really have explicit instruction in those areas to decrease the gaps that our kids had. So for first grade, we had 224 kids eligible and invited. 109 of those attended. During reading camp, they had to have the M-class assessment. We did a progress monitoring middle of the camp at the end of June, and then we had to have our final assessment in July. Through that assessment, 17 of those students became proficient during reading camp. In second grade, we had 296 eligible and invited. 140 of those participated, and 18 became proficient. Third grade Read to Achieve, we had 429 students eligible and invited to participate. However, of those 429 students, 314 had met a good cause exemption. With third grade, there are 5 ways to meet a good cause exemption so that students are deemed proficient through other alternative measures. One is, for example, having a proficient score on the beginning of grade assessment. Another may be having a 725 Lexile on the iReady or M-class assessment. So 314 of our students met another pathway. Of those 429 invited, we had 130 attend. 115 were invited because they had not demonstrated proficiency, but overall we had 130 attending, and we had 30 students become proficient during reading camp. The second program that we had,
May I ask you a question
yes.
before you move on? Looking at the numbers of those students that are invited as opposed to the percentage of students that opt to attend, it's purely speculation, I know, but why do we not get more children to take this? Why do parents pass up on something that can make such a difference for their children?
Our principals really worked hard to make sure that we were having participation, that the participation was there. I think a lot of folks choose not to do so in the summer, vacations and all of that stuff. But I will say our principals really, they called, we had them sending letters, we had the teachers calling, the teachers doing their MTSS. If you recall, we have to have an MTSS letter that goes home to say your child is struggling. We also have a Read to Achieve letter that goes home with our kindergarten, first, second, and third grade students saying your child is not demonstrating proficiency. So communication is consistent, but I think parents sometimes make the choice that, because the law does not require them. Originally, when Read to Achieve started, the law required them, and when they said you have to invite them, it left it up to parents. But it is purely speculation. I wish we would have gotten a lot more attendance, because you saw the successes of those that were there.
Thank you.
I was going to say doctor. Mr. Henson.
Jill by
Maybe
Dr.
Dr.
Hensley, that has a certain ring to it. I have a couple questions. So just off the top of my head, it looks like we had about 450 students participate.
400, it was actually 379 participated for just the Read to Achieve,
And 45 teachers.
45 teachers.
So it's about an 8-to-1 ratio for the Read to Achieve.
That was part of our intervention, was to ensure that we had smaller class sizes. We set up the Read to Achieve camp to be about 10 students in a class, so it was roughly a little bit lower than that.
Okay, and then my next question, which kind of dovetails with Ms. Carter, she asked why 50% of the families chose not to participate. My question is, let's say they had, and I wish they had, did we have the capacity for it? Or could we have had the capacity for it?
We would what would have happened then is Read to Achieve would have been our focus, and maybe not had as much with Summer Bridge. So with the state monies that we get for Read to Achieve, it does limit the number, but we would have definitely made a huge swing using our ESSER dollars if every kid would have participated.
Okay, and obviously we didn't turn any away, correct?
No, we did not.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. The next program that we had was Summer Bridge. Summer Bridge was defined as a way to accelerate standards, so 25% of the time had to be on the next grade level standards. So the idea was, instead of focusing on remediation, is to really do some pre-exposure and groundwork to math standards and reading standards. So Summer Bridge, we had kindergarten and grade 4 reading, kindergarten through 4th grade math, and grades 6 through 12 all subject areas. With Summer Bridge, again, because we had Read to Achieve, for the grades K4, we had 285 students invited and 227 of those students attended. Again, if you look at 6 through 12, we had 1,121 students invited. Of that, about half of them attended 670. I will note there at the bottom at our high school, again, we gave the opportunity for our high schoolers to receive and recover credit for courses that they had not received credit. We did have 268 credits recovered at our high schools. So all 3 high schools, our kids were able to gain back credit so that they would start hopefully on grade level when they came back this fall.
Okay, one more question there then.
Okay?
Okay, can you back up
Mhm.
one? All right, so there's a higher percentage of kids attending in the K4 non-Read to Achieve than on the other programs. Was this the same length program?
It was. We ran them simultaneously so that we could braid those funds, so that we ran buses for the Read to Achieve kids, and the Read to Achieve kids and the Summer Bridge kids were on the same bus.
But parents seem to be more receptive.
That
Mm,
math piece, I think, was, I think one of the areas that our parents were possibly more. We still had 300 in just second, third, and fourth grade, first, second, and third grade. We had 379 students attend for Read to Achieve. But this incorporated those math students, and I think a lot of conversation was had with parents about math and getting them there. So this, because it incorporated the kindergarten and the 4th grade.
That's a nice number.
Yeah.
The pre-exposure that you're talking about, that was more or less an enrichment thing, right? It was not remedial.
It was not remedial. So what, for example, the kindergartners were exposed to 1st grade math and reading curriculum. So we took what was happening in the fall pacing, like adding and subtracting back to 20. So those were skills that were taught in the into the Summer Bridge camp to get them ready for the beginning of the fall this school year.
So what we're doing on an educational level with the second one is we're taking what looks like motivated families and giving them an opportunity to motivate their children further. But in the first one, most of those families who are motivated take advantage of it, all right? But in the first one, which is Read to Achieve, those are our underachieving students, and those families are not.
Now-
So isn't it fair to say that we've got a lot of work to do with both underachieving students and underachieving families to get them together to motivate them, because we still have an overall grade level performance of, what is it, roughly subgrade level performance is what, about 45% or something like that, even today. Am I right?
It was 51 or 54.
50, so over half are subgrade level performance? All right, subgrade level. All right, so we've got a lot of our students aren't participating, and a lot of our students are at subgrade level performance. So we have to motivate both the families and the students to attend. Can we make it mandatory? In other words, can we say, if you don't attend, you might not be advanced to the next class? Or do we have the power to do that? Can we do
The
that?
board, as a Moore County School Board, you could definitely mandate that.
Well, by the way, I don't like that. I don't like it, but what I'm, no, well, what I'm saying is, I never like retaining. I don't like it as a remedy. I think it's more or less overkill, all right? But we have to have another approach, because the approach we're doing is essentially allowing the families and the children to say, okay, we're 51% or out of 12,000 students, 6,000 aren't on grade level reading. Okay, we're just gonna let that go by. We can't. So what I'm trying to say is, and I'm asking, I'm not telling, what kind of, we have the carrot here. What kind of stick can we use to make sure it happens?
But how were students selected to be invited to the non-Read to Achieve program?
The Summer Bridge, it was also by demonstrating skill gaps based on iReady, or based on the K2 math assessment, or based on the EOG. So they were struggling learners to be invited to Summer Bridge as well.
Okay, so they were not, this was not enrichment, this was reinforcement for students who are having difficulties but still were not behind.
It was
And,
acceleration of the next grade level standards because they had demonstrated skill gaps in their current. So about 25% of the time was spent, or excuse me, about 50% of the time was spent in current grade level standards. So as a kindergartner, I got kindergarten standards, and then about 50% of the time had to be spent in the next grade level standards to extend and excel what your learning should be. So it was a little bit of both. It was remediation and acceleration.
If I may say it in a little different way, it's basically giving kids who have some skill gaps a head start. They're being dipped in it twice because they're exposed to it in the summer, and they start building some skills, start building some knowledge, and then when they're exposed to it again when they come in the fall, they got a head start. They now have closed their skill gap a little bit on those concepts. So that's really what acceleration is about. It's as a strategy and as a practice, which we use throughout the year when we can, but this is specifically for that in the summer. So.
And I might ask too, maybe Dr. Locklear or Mr. Schwartz would have known, are there any school systems anywhere that mandate attendance at a summer program? Ever heard of it?
I don't know of any.
Not that I'm aware of, but that's something we could research.
I see a lot of issues going different ways, divorced families and whatnot, and split vacations and all. It'd be a difficult thing to mandate, but I just wondered if it ever been done and if it worked well.
Ms. Gephardt, do you have additional slides?
I do.
Okay.
Just very quickly running through the estimated budget, what I wanted to point out here is we are using our Read to Achieve monies, which is PRC 016, and we're using our Summer Bridge monies, which is PRC 176. So we're braiding all of that money together. We're still waiting on a couple final costs from transportation as well as child nutrition. But overall, it does appear that we're going to come in below what we had anticipated in our original presentation to the board of around 1.3 million. So we're, and we are working on clearing up those accounts now as we speak. And Marcy's going to talk about extended school year for our exceptional education children.
And this is Mrs. Cooper's first presentation, right?
It
To
is.
the board as our new EC coordinator.
Okay. So extended school year is for our exceptional students, and students are invited to that. There are students that have shown a documented regression of their skills over the summer, or they have newly emerging skills. This year we had classrooms in 9 different schools with 31 staff members meeting the individual learning needs of 69 students. These students are chosen and it's discussed in their spring IEP meeting. And so it's part of the IEP that students will attend. 4 students met virtually with the teacher to meet their individual learning needs. So this is what we spent on extended school year. This year, it came out of our ESSER funds. Our classified staff members made up about $20,000. Certified staff members, roughly $90,000, and transportation was about $25,000. So you can see that the average cost per student was $1,955.
I do have a quick question. If you could go back to the first slide, please. That first sentence, I must misunderstand something, because if someone has emerging skills or someone has regression, they're invited. So my read of that is only people with 0 change over the summer would not be invited. And it seems like the probability of that is 0, so I must be missing something.
So it's documented, and it's not just zero change. I mean, the students that participate in extended school year are many times our most fragile students, our most at-risk students. It's not zero change, but it is change that cannot be made up within the first 2 weeks of school. So it's a lot of regression that they have to then spend months of the new year making back up. Emerging skills could be a student that is just beginning to speak. And so
Okay.
you don't want them to go all
Got it.
summer
You don't
long
want- right,
without.
you don't, okay, got it, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Does that run concurrently too?
All right, good morning. So I'm here to talk to you all about the Career Accelerator Camp. This program came about through ESSER 2 summer program funding, PRC 177, which was in conjunction with her Summer Bridge grant. This summer, what happened is we partnered with Sand Hills Community College and offered 2 camps in June. So it was no cost to students, and it was with their engineering department. We had roughly 31 students the first week, 30 students the second week, and it was rising 6th through 9th grade students only. They participated in 3D design, programming. They designed and built a cardboard house. They programmed the lights in the doorbell for the house. They did Jenga, structure games. They were trying to determine, if I pull it from this side, is it gonna fall? So they had to really think through structurally, where is the best move for the next. And then they did brain teaser, puzzle building, and team activities throughout the weeks.
And was this actually, the location, was it at Sand Hills?
Yes, ma'am. It was at Sand Hills. We provided transportation to any student that needed it. We had just a few. And then the Sand Hills Engineering Department, along with their current students, hosted. And then we have Moore County Schools CTE staff members who were there to also. They were there from 8 to 3 each day. And we did the 4 days. And we fed them lunch. And they had lots of break, but it was really, really exciting to watch the kids.
And I might as well go ahead and ask, how were students selected?
They,
for
they,
these programs?
it was totally parent, the flyers went out to all the schools. I hand delivered most of them myself, so everybody got a paper copy to take home, and parents could just register them online. And obviously, this was the first time that we'd ever done anything like this. So the grant that we got originally was $222,900. It's 2 years, so we have the remaining funds for this summer. That's a breakdown of what we spent, paying community college, paying the staff that weren't already 12-month staff or 11-month staff, the food and supplies that we had. And so we have roughly $202,000 left for this summer. So that, along with some additional funds. This summer, we're gonna go about it a little bit differently. We're gonna focus on career pathway camps for rising 6th through 9th graders at the school locations, the high school they would go to. So teachers will be able to say, I wanna host an ag camp, and they will do a 1-week camp, and kids will get the opportunity to register. In addition to that, we're gonna offer credential boot camps for students who may not pass their credential the first time, and they're really passionate about earning that credential. So we're gonna offer a boot camp with that teacher to give them the opportunity to retake that credential and pay for that for them so that they can move forward.
So if we have $202,000, $200,000 left, thank you, I just couldn't quite get there.
I'm with you.
And it expires in June of 2023. How are we going to spend that next year in summer school?
We're gonna do it in June, cause I have until the end of June.
So the other observation is this year's camp only costs 10% of that. So we're going to spend 10 times more in
I hope.
Well, I mean, what are we
Yeah.
going to get? I mean, sure, but what, so we're going to spend 10 times more money in a smaller amount of time, I guess. What are we going to get for it?
Well, the Sand Hills camp was great, but it limited us on the number of students we could offer it to. So by reconfiguring and offering pathway camps, our hope is that we're gonna gain more enrollment. We're also gonna try and partner with the Boys and Girls Club to target the middle schoolers that they have in the summer and get them bussed over to give them exposure to careers that they may or may not have already had. So, yes, I'm being ambitious.
Or we're looking for ways to spend this money that might be able to be spent more wisely in some other way.
It has to be spent on summer programs, and it cannot be spent during the school year. Because I had great ideas for during the school year, but it's not gonna work.
Yeah, understand.
Because it makes more sense to me if I have the captive audience within the school year, if I could do it while the school year is happening, then obviously, yes, I could reach more kids.
So you're anticipating next summer going to the 3 high school campuses and maybe having culinary arts or brick masonry or drone
Yes.
piloting or
Correct.
whatever in the summer?
That's our goal, is to be able to offer multiple versions of pathway camps for kids to explore, especially those rising 6th through 9th graders who have been in that exploratory phase, to give them a hands-on to be able to see, is this really what I want to do?
And when you mention using some of the funds to allow a child to try and achieve certification, that would be on the high school level, though, wouldn't
Correct.
it? Yeah.
Mhm.
So if someone like in health sciences or culinary, whatever.
Because sometimes, kids just don't test well, right?
Right.
And some of those credentials are very difficult. And, it's just so frustrating to know I was that close. So if we can offer them an opportunity to get just a little bit more intense instruction and tackle that again, right, they can earn that credential.
And would the certification testing be done at the end of the accelerator camp?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a lot, I mean,
It is.
let's say you pay someone $2,000 for that time period, I don't know, that would be about $2,000 a month. That's hiring 100 people, that's a lot of things to happen in 4 weeks.
It is. It is. It's ambitious.
And the grant funding then just has to go back to the grantee if it's not used.
Yeah, this was a separate fund that the state offered through ESSER funds, that we went out and grabbed because, you always want to grab every bit of resources you can. And Lisa, Lisa came into the position a little late, but there were already plans in place collaborating with Sandhills at that time, that Miss Dixon, you may remember Miss Dixon, Amanda Dixon, who's in Lisa's role previously. And obviously, we didn't have as much participation as we would have hoped. But we are going to put the pedal to the metal, as we like to say, be aggressive, and get as many students involved in this as possible. And I think you'll see it kind of aligns with the strategic plan discussion later today as well when we're talking about CTE. But appreciate that, Lisa.
So not only were our families and students busy, we had teachers that were very busy working on curriculum documents for this summer. We had roughly 110 teachers revising and updating and creating materials. I am most proud of our new 6th through 8th grade ELA standard unit, our curriculum units in that area. We have really taken a focus and a deep dive into standards with a lot of supports for our teachers. We have another new thing from our curriculum is our spiral review. Every math grade, K-5, has a spiral review unit that spirals and helps our teachers really focus on what skills are necessary in the previous grade level for that standard and what are things that we really need to make sure students are hitting. In our grades 6th through 8th grade math and Math 1, we have created what I call wonderful boxes of task cards, manipulatives, hands-on learning for our students aligned to the standard course of study. So a lot of work this summer that our teachers did for the curriculum units to make sure that we are having those conversations, providing and supporting in PLTs. We also had our summer leadership conference with our administrators. Part of this year was my curriculum specialist getting to share the curriculum documents and all of the materials and resources. I will say our principals were overwhelmed at this is great stuff and we need to make sure our teachers have the understanding and have the knowledge of these curriculum documents. You can see we had 3 days, August 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. It was 3 very busy days. But lots of learning and lots of fun in our leadership retreat. The next week on the 9th, 10th, and 11th, we also kicked off our new teacher induction. New teacher induction had a little over 100 new teachers to the district. And those days were very busy having and providing professional development, examining our curriculum documents, as well as listening to the standard experiences that they have to experience to set them up for success this school year. Then on the 18th and 19th of August, our teachers came back on the 17th, and on the 18th and 19th, we hosted the More Learning Conference. It was 2 days with 82 sessions. Within those 2 days, we had iReady, we had Hegarty, we had Letterland, differentiation, inquiry and social studies, autism. We had lots of variety of options that teachers could sign up for and come into and have an engaging experience with area of their interest for professional development. And that was quickly followed up, Will.
Yeah, and I actually just have the one slide, so I will let you drive. All right, yeah, less responsibility in that case. So yeah, more engaged. More engaged was our answer to what should our other teachers be doing while our K-5 instructors are doing their letters training. So on August 22nd, while they were doing that, we invited approximately 599, so 600 of our teachers, administrators, support staff to West Pine Middle School. Make sure I'm close enough to the mic here. So on that day, our themes there were reconnect, reestablish, refresh, which again is consistent with what Dr. Locklear shared before. We had a range of offerings there. We started out with a universal training on NetRef, which is a product that you all let us purchase there. That's our new digital classroom monitoring. So again, it's not that devices are in use all the time, but when they are in use inside your classroom, this is how you, the teacher there, keeps an eye on what's going on. You have some granular control there of when the internet is on, when the internet is off, what sites your students are allowed to go to, et cetera. So we wanted to make sure that everyone walked away with a good understanding of what that product can do for their classroom when devices are in use. After that, we had a great presentation by Dr. Locklear and Dr. Mary Hemphill that energized and was very well received, we believe, by our audience. Then we wrapped up the day with 3 concurrent sessions of over 81 sessions offered by the DIF team, CNI, CTE, and the one I'm probably vendors as well. The one I'm most excited myself about is that we had more county school teachers teaching other teachers. And that's something that I would just draw the attention to, that sometimes it's very difficult, for our teachers to understand how good they are. And so it is very nice to see them taking on that role, sharing what they do well in their classroom so we can grow the team. So like I said, 81 sessions, 600 people. We did get 405 of those attendees responded with an average rating of 9.3. So we believe it was well received. Yes, sir.
Can I ask a question? And this is actually not a question to you, but it's overall. You said that this was being done while they were doing letters training, while the others were doing letters training. I had thought, and maybe I'm totally wrong here, that letters training was being done by the teachers on non-paid time. And, but this was this paid time or non-paid time?
It is a combination of both. They require before each unit 6 hours of face-to-face or virtual, in this case, virtual instruction. So you kick off each unit of time with 6 hours of instruction during the school day. But then the remaining, for example, Unit 1 has 8 sessions, which roughly is about 38 to 40 hours. That's done on their own time. So that additional time where I'm working through my modules, I'm doing my reading, and I'm taking my assessments, that's all done on their own time.
Are we paying the stipends for the time that they did the letters training while they were at school?
No, your stipends are being done based on your completion of mastery within the units.
Okay, so it wasn't that we weren't paying double?
No, we're not
Okay,
paying
that's what I wanted to know.
Yes, sir, and the estimated hours that we shared with you last month were all the hours that they would be doing off school time, in addition to those introductions to the unit that Donna
Okay.
speaks about.
All right, thank you.
I did want to say, Will touched on it a little bit, the feedback, we of course have a process to get feedback for any event that we do, and the feedback has been overwhelmingly positive from our teachers, from our community, and so I'm quite proud of the team, what they put together, whether it be More Engaged, or the new teacher orientation, or the administrator retreat that we put together those 3 days. The feedback has been outstanding, and we'll build on that. Thank you.
I didn't add it up as we went through, but how many teachers were involved between Read to Achieve and the extended school year and the, it's a,
Let's see, I had 124, Marcy had 31. Will, so that's 155. Lisa had probably 3 or 4. So and then when you look at the curriculum of 110, so we probably had roughly, that gets me to 265 just for curriculum work, the programs for the summer. And then when you add on getting ready for More Learning Conference, which we had teachers involved in that, as well as Will's More Engaged, we probably easily had 300, if not more, working this summer.
thank you.
Board members, you have any comments, questions?
Yeah, I do have also. What can we do, in your opinion, to make sure that we get better attendance for the Read to Achieve and the remedial courses, both during the summer and, since that's your bailiwick, during the school year? What can we do? Because we've got 50% that are not on grade level, and we're not bringing them in, and that seems to be the problem. What can we do? I mean, is there?
That is a tremendous challenge, and as Donna expressed, I really appreciate what our teachers, what our principals did already do. They do take it very seriously. They are, in many sites, actually going out and knocking on the doors of families and saying, we really want your child in, or your child came one day and we haven't seen them for several days. We need them to come consistently for the summer program. We send letters, we make those phone calls. It's consistent on a daily basis. So it is a tremendous challenge. So we're open to ideas.
Do we have a letter which goes out? Well, I understand you've got these special state letters, which I always find to be extremely complex and not translatable very well into other languages and the like, that says your student has not made grade level, has not achieved grade level in reading / math, circle which, or circle both. Please contact the teacher, and so that you can create a plan to work together to bring the child up to grade level.
So my response to that is that I cannot believe there'd be any parent whose child is struggling that doesn't realize that their child is struggling.
No, but
We send
parent,
multiple letters, and we have conversations with those parents. We're literally knocking on the doors and meeting with them in person. We're bringing them in. We're having conversations on the phone. Those parents make that choice with the understanding that their child is struggling in that particular academic area. I don't think there's a child that is missed in that. Multiple letters, multiple conversations, and literally knocking on the doors and having conversation directly with those parents.
And do the parents sign the letter acknowledging, saying, I acknowledge that my child is not reading on grade level? Do they sign such a letter?
And,
Yes.
and the new piece to Senate Bill 387 is an individual reading plan that absolutely outlines specifically, and the parents have to sign that, stating here's the intervention that my child is receiving, and then the progress monitoring is also on that individualized reading plan. So we stress the importance of how we can work together, because we want the parent to work together with us in making and helping the student achieve.
And are we doing that for each and every child that is reading below grade level?
Yes.
So, Dr. Locklear, it sounds as if, that we have gone the limit, I would say, to try to assure that our children are coming, talking to staff. So, I don't know your feeling of next level of a requirement, but that is something to talk about with your team and decide if that's a recommendation that you may want to bring at some point to the board.
Yes, ma'am. Certainly, if I feel that, I certainly would bring it to the board. We're always going to grind and do everything we can to get every kid that needs to be at these opportunities to be there. And so we're going to continue to reflect on how we do that. Obviously, our folks are doing making an incredible effort to make sure we get our folks there. But what else can we do? What other strategies can we use? And so we'll continue to be grinding on that as we move forward this year.
Okay. We appreciate everyone coming and everything that has gone on over the summer months. Next, we're moving into brief discussion on driver education program. We're going to try to get through this. We have a hard stop at 12. If you need to get up and slip out, please do so. We're going to have a lunch break at 12, so we're going to keep moving. Dr. Locklear.
Yes, ma'am. There was a request to have an update and an overview of our driver education program. Unfortunately, our driver education coordinator, Mr. Koenig, is not feeling well today, can't be here, but Ms. Baraff is here, our Executive Officer for Operations, to give us that overview of a little background information, overview, and current state of our driver's ed program, which is informative, especially coming out of the pandemic. So, John?
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Good morning.
Good morning.
Make sure it's on. So, again, apologies, Richard could not be here today. He was looking forward to being here and presenting his presentation on it. So I will pinch hit for him through most of this. And if there's anything I cannot get you an answer on, I will get with Richard when he returns and follow up with the board. So driver education, this is a requirement in North Carolina to obtain the learner's permit and then the driver's license before 18. The program is provided at all 115 school districts across the state. Now, one of the caveats to this, it's not just to the public school. We provide it, and the entire program across all districts provides it to any student who's attending a school within that county, or I'm sorry, resides in that county. That includes your charter schools, your private schools, homeschool, federal, if they're living off base and attending a school on Fort Bragg base. So includes any of them as long as they're enrolled here in the state. There's a policy that establishes the standards and the requirements for operating the program, and it's overseen by DPI and their Division for Driver's Education. Some interesting fun facts. This whole thing, it started back in the 60s here in North Carolina, and it was part of the school curriculum then. So it was during your school day that driver's education was a part of it for you. In 1992, it left being a part of the curriculum during the day and went to after-school programs. It's been funded historically through a $3 addition to the license plate fee. It's offered through the North Carolina Division of Motor Vehicles. They oversee the program as far as the testing and some aspects of it. And it's been funded pretty steadily by the state. There was one year, there was a brief moment where it possibly would not have been funded, and that was in 2015, where the original budget bill had removed any funding for the program. Fortunately, by September that year, they had changed that and restored the funding for the program. And again, school districts across the state offer it in a variety of ways. Some of them, such as us, do it internally. Others outsource the entire program, or some may even have a hybrid of offering it through the school district and also through contracted service. So what's required, what's a part of this? Well, you have to be 14 and a half years of age by the time you take the class. You cannot be older than 18 to take the class. You must also, as I stated, reside in Moore County, and you must pass a vision test that's supervised and conducted by North Carolina Division of Motor Vehicle. They actually come here to our offices to conduct that. You have 30 hours of classroom instruction. This is broken up over a series of days during the school year, and during the summer, it's consolidated into some longer classroom opportunities over fewer days. After the classroom session, there's 12 hours of behind-the-wheel instruction. You may see that identified as BTW in the report, and that just stands for behind the wheel. This is 6 hours of driving and 6 hours of observing driving the other student in the vehicle and conducting that. The goal between these, because you do the classroom, then you have to go do the driving, is to have about 6 weeks between completing the classroom and starting behind the wheel. We find it to be about 6 to 8 weeks on average. It fluctuates a little bit depending on the loads. So following all this and you're done, you pass the test that we issue as part of the classroom, and you successfully pass behind the wheel, you still have to log 60 hours of driving, and then that report is turned in when you're ready to sit down for your test for your license. Again, it is for everybody. It is for any student turns 14 and a half that resides here in Moore County. We do have a local fee that is assessed to it. It is set by the state to be capped at $65. But if you're free reduced, you get zero charge or $55 for it. And basically, you know, we've never turned anyone away. No one's ever said we can't afford this and we just can't do this program. We are customer service orientated. We recognize that there's a lot of factors that impact families and their abilities, which classes they could go to and pick up their child from or do and such, and the coordination of everything. And we try to match up the demand and the capacity of classes, but it's also a challenge for us. It's hard to make sure you maintain a steady flow of classroom instruction, but yet not increase that time between classroom and behind the wheel. We have too many students built up. Classrooms, instructional period, 25 to 50 students per classroom session, and behind the wheel, 2 students. So you can see the balance act we have to do with between classroom and instruction. And again, provided to anyone regardless of the school they attend. So the past 2 years have been interesting. The state did shut down the program. We couldn't have classes. We couldn't put people in the car together for a period. So that really created a huge backlog of pressure, demand of needs. And we immediately got onto a virtual platform to address the classroom challenge with that. And then as soon as Department of Health and Human Services came out with the guidelines for conducting behind the wheel instruction, jumped on that with every available instructor that we could at that time. So we were, Richard found this fact through a discussion with DPI that we were one of fewer than 8 LEAs delivering virtual instruction whose pass rate is similar to that of in-classroom instruction. So that through virtual, we have not observed any differential between the performance of the students on their tests following that program. So it's a great shout out to the teachers of these and doing a good job and making sure in-person and virtual is delivered in a good manner. So we continue this. We've had success with it, so we continue offering in-person, virtual as choice to parents, what fits their schedule best. It's increased our capacity. In a physical classroom, we're limited about 25 students. Going virtual, each classroom offered virtually is 45 to 50 students. And again, the same pass rates instruction. The instructors all have virtual capabilities. They all have the virtual platform and the virtual materials to work with the students on. And the parents have responded positively with this option and choice to them. Our staffing, we have 8 classroom instructors. 4 of them are active, 4 of them are behind the wheel, but available for classroom if needed. And again, every quarter we see roughly between 400 to 500 students go through our classroom cycle. So 18 behind the wheel instructors, 16 of them are currently active. All are certified. They have to go the same process to be a classroom instructor as you do for behind the wheel instructor through NCDMV. And they range between 5 to 30 students per month, and it depends on the driver and for behind the wheel and their limitations. Some of them are employed with other professions outside Moore County schools, so they have limited time. They may only be able to drive on the weekends, not during the week. Others have full flexibility. They could drive anytime. And so per quarter, we try to make sure they match up as close as we can, 350 to 400 students per quarter. And you can see the classroom is about 400 to 500. So there's a slight differential there, and that's what creates that lag that we have between finishing the classroom to finishing or having the opportunity for behind the wheel. So again, the goal, 4 weeks. I apologize. I think before I might have said 6. I got ahead of myself. And we're actually seeing about 6 to 8 in that range right now. Even though that's more than we'd like to be, we are getting the students and getting them done. It was a lot more during the pandemic. Richard had that number. I don't have it top of my head, but I do remember working hard with his teachers and working on solutions, because I think at one point it was even like 10, 12 weeks was the lag. The statistics, just some numbers for everybody. In 2019, we had 709 students, but again, remember in 2020, boom, closed in March. 2020, 2021, we had over 1,100. We were using a majority through our virtual classrooms. Last year, we had over 1,400 students, and just this summer, we did 450 students. So we're considerably instructing more kids every year. As you know, more counties growing, more families moving in means more kids going through the program. And another fun statistic he had was that according to DPI, we're putting more students through our program than some of the larger LEAs than ourselves. Funding, again, the state provides a lion's share of the funding for the program. So currently that's just over $257,000. Anything you don't spend out of this fund goes right back to the state. So you're not allowed to accrue any of the state funds. Now that's different than local funds. Local funds are able to accrue and build up, and there's a purpose for that. So about $65 student, $55 for reduced, $0 for free. You're looking at about $64,000 there. Total approximately $260 per student is where the funding lands.
$64,000 we've accrued?
That we have current local fee in our balance as far as carryover to current. So that's
So
continued
we
fund.
have in the bank $64,000?
Yes. Yep.
I got some suggestions about that.
Yep. So now, again, we have not used any annual local allocation of funds for the program in its history. None of the money that Andrew just and Dr. Locklear talked about for budget and stuff come from the county. None of that has ever gone to the program. So they've been able to sustain the program strictly off of the funding provided by the state and that local fee. We have been told we're very unique that way. There's not any districts that we're aware of that has not required the use of local allotted funds to add to the program. This might be pretty much a duplicate slide. Yep. So, sorry, duplicate slide. Our expenses are approximately $41 per student. When you look at classroom instruction needs, these are, pay for the instructors, their contract employees, and supplies for classroom instruction and for the students. Behind the wheel instruction, about $160 a student. Again, you don't have as many students at a time, only 2. So it's a higher cost per student to do behind the wheel instruction. Vehicle maintenance, this includes the fuel, insurance, and maintenance of the vehicle and everything associated with it, about $32 a student. And that leaves about $27 per student to accrue for vehicle replacement. So there's some brief things about our 18 vehicles we have. 4 of them with less than 50,000 miles, and 1 vehicle with over 150,000. So we accrue the funds so that about every 2 years we can replace 2 vehicles, or maybe 1 per year, depending on the need and the frequency of vehicles being driven. So we purposely allow the funds to build in that local so that we can purchase and replace vehicles. And as you already know, those aren't cheap anymore. Those vehicles have gone up on the state contract pricing. And so it's with purpose that we allow those funds to accrue, because very quickly they go down to very little when you buy the vehicles. So this is just again, a summary of the program. Again, apologize that Richard wasn't able to be here, so if any questions you have, happy to try to answer them best I can.
I would just have one question, Mr. Barath, and I don't know if this is something that you would have to follow up to get back with us, but do you know of any students that are getting close to that 18-year-old threshold that for whatever reason they have not been able to go through the program by chance?
I do know that if a student is getting close to age, such as 18 and not going to be able to get through the program, Richard has a process for them where they will get them into a class and get them going. Same thing with behind the wheel. If a student is coming up on a crunch because of age, they will work with behind the wheel instructors to try to move that student up to make sure they get through it before they age out of the program or for their licensing exam.
And then a second question is just to be sure, between once a student takes the class, which they have to do first, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then to the point to where they are assigned to drive, that time frame is like a 6 to 8 weeks. So right now, we have no students that are outside of that 8-9 weeks after they've already taken the class, and now are waiting to drive.
There could be an outlier out there too, a few. Some of that also depends on the schedule. If they scheduled to do it, say, this coming Saturday, and the driver instructor picks up the first child, goes to the other house to get the second one, and no one's home, they have to go drop the first child off. They can't drive. They need to have two in the car.
2 people in the car.
Two students need to be in the car.
Okay.
So then they have to reschedule, and his schedule may not let that happen for another week or two.
Okay.
So there are some things that could play that create an outlier, but on average, we're seeing a bulk of them are in that range.
Okay, thank you. Any, Bob?
Yeah, we lose, I mean, you might not know the statistic, but you agree, we lose every year several students to car accidents, right? I mean, that's a problem. That's one of the reasons why I think that driver's ed is one of the most important things that we do, because I'm probably not going to worry about a child who can't do the Pythagorean theorem, but I'm going to meet them out on the roadway somehow, one day, okay? And I want them to know how to drive and drive well. That being said, has any investigation been made into the purchase of a driving simulator? And one of the reasons why I ask that is because we seem to have $64,000 in the bank, and driving, the practical driving aspect of this is very, very good. Take a student out on the highway, let him do highway driving, but he doesn't know what happens when he comes into contact with a deer. He doesn't know exactly how a car performs when he goes onto ice. He doesn't know the difference between the road grabbing ability of a car around a particular curve. And one of the problems is we get a lot of young kids who experiment with that and are not, and it's tragic. So has anything been looked at in terms of purchasing a simulator? It's not to replace the practical driving experience, but to enhance it.
I will have to ask Richard when he returns, and I can send Dr. Locklear an update on that he can share with you. I just don't want to answer that without him providing input on that.
Okay, because I think Dr. Locklear, actually, it's almost more important to have a simulator, a working simulator for students, than it is to have a brand new car that maybe we can make. You take $20,000 out of this $60,000 and give and get a simulator. Because if there are loads of things that students are not prepared for driving when they have this limited amount of driving time. And with today's technology, simulators can help that. And that can make not only them safe, it can make the entire public safe. And that's one of the things that we can do as a school board.
Any other comments, questions? Mr. Baraff, we appreciate you coming and sharing the information with us today. Next, do we have lunch? At this time, we'll just go ahead and take our lunch break. And I would say, let's plan on coming
Board Chair?
back at,
He's got a meeting that he's gotta go to shortly after 12.
Do you want to?
I don't, Stephen.
Let's hit transportation because I believe he has it. If
Okay.
that's okay with you guys, he has somewhere he needs to be.
okay, all right.
If that's okay with you.
Okay.
I'd like
all right.
Stephen to be here for the presentation.
Okay, that sounds good.
If possible.
Dr. Locklear.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we'll be as succinct as we can as a
Yeah.
brief presentation.
Yeah.
John and Mike were able to share at your work session on Thursday some updates, general updates around transportation as we begin the school year. First, as we talked about last week, I want to say thank you to Stephen. I want to say thank you to Stephen and his team for the job they've done. As we noted, Stephen came on board in the spring, many of his team in the spring, and this is their first time through what really is their Super Bowl. The opening of the school year is our Super Bowl when it comes to student transportation. So really appreciate all their hard work, the extra hours they put in, as well as our entire team across the board. This really was a cross-departmental work. And so first, thank you. You know, everything didn't go as smooth as we would have hoped, but certainly an improvement on where we've been in the past. So really appreciate that. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mike and John and Stephen. So, Mike?
And I'll turn it over to John to get things started.
Well, as Dr. Locklear said, this was truly team. This was a lot of people coming together with the common goal, and that was to find solutions and build upon earlier successes from years past on things so that we would definitely have a better experience for everybody this school year opening up. It involved everybody in the transportation department, obviously, and this wasn't just the people in the office. This involved the mechanics, making sure equipment was ready, making sure our parts inventory was healthy. Also, student academic and support services, bringing in PAR through that process to have, as we've discussed before, the platform of information, of student information within PowerSchool, those within our management system, to be as perfect as possible so that the systems developed from that for routing and everything would be more successful. Communications also, we wanted to make sure we had a lot of communication going out, and it wasn't just only to families. It was communication to the schools, to the principals, to the APs, to the data managers, so they knew what to expect and what was being done. And of course, the support of technology to put together some of the systems in place, our phones, to create call centers, and the Google Sheet documents of task needs. So all these people came together. It was a great experience, and it couldn't have been done without any of them. Our process for this, it all began with establishing the deadline of August 2nd for ridership. We need to make sure we have time. There needs to be time that creates and develops routes and solutions for the students so that they can be picked up in the mornings and dropped off in the afternoon. So we needed to make sure we knew who wanted a bus by August 2nd so we could develop something that responded to that. This meant we had to communicate early. We had to, throughout the summer, let families know. We had to put out call lists. Through the process of bringing in technology and part of communications with this, we were able to put together 2 different call logs. One that went to parents who had requested a bus, and we would put multiple calls out to them that said, if you're receiving this message, you signed up for a bus service for your student. This is to inform you that they will be placed on a bus. Routes are going to be identified. If you do not need a bus, please call this number and let them know. We also created a separate call list for those that did not sign up for a bus. So that message would go along the lines of, you're receiving this message because you did not request a bus, and should you need one, you have until August 2nd to make a request. So we want to make sure that families heard and they didn't get a confusing message. So this, we felt, was going to make it clear and concise to help with that process. Also, the coordination between PAR and the data managers, and making sure the process of information for accuracy of place of address matched within the TIM system, as well as making sure through the sign-up process previously through Parent Portal that if they needed support and assistance, they knew who to go to. So that was a huge part of it. Every year we roll over riders. I wish we'd roll over more drivers for this program. But we rolled over the students who rode. So if you rode a bus last year, we automatically moved you into the system to the current year. This, obviously, if you were 12th grade last year, you graduated out, so the system didn't have them in there, thankfully. But that also helped us have a better idea now, okay, what is our beginning number of students looking like, because we have those who rode last year. We also will have new students coming in, and some whose families changed situation and their students will now ride a bus, but they gave us a bulk of the numbers there. We also made sure that our routes were developed to reflect the number of drivers. So if we had, at the time, 80 drivers, that meant we could need to develop route solutions for 80 drivers. And one of the things to be mindful of when we say that is it doesn't mean every driver can drive every morning and every evening double routes or even single routes. A lot of these drivers we have are retirees, so they have restrictions on hours. They have to be under 30 hours a week. So possibly driving double routes in the morning and the afternoon every day might put them over. So we have to find routes and solutions that fit drivers and their constraints. We have some that they work in the afternoon, they can't drive, but they can only drive in the morning. So we have to find those pairings with them. The final assignments of students to buses and times, we communicated in various methods. We went through the school messenger program to let parents know to go into Parent Portal. You'll find the information. Parent Portal is the gateway and pathway for parents to access a lot of information for the students within Power School. And we also sent out mailers to the household so they would get a physical copy as well.
Yes, so as John and Dr. Locklear noted, a lot of cross-division support for transportation this year. One of the things that we did was to review our processes from last year and identify those things that didn't work. And one of the challenges that we had in the first day of school last year was more than 600 calls that came into the receptionist who sits out here, who would then transfer them over to transportation. And that creates great frustration. So we work with our technology department and our PAR department and transportation to kind of create a process for being able to respond to parents, a communication plan, if you will. We set up a call center at the Ed Center. We began that on August 19th. We took 3 staff members from different locations within the district and brought them into the call center to man that. We provided training on the call center to those operators, a standard response sheet, if you will, so that they had a standard response to answer most of the questions that came in, didn't need that higher level of knowledge. If they did need a higher level of response, we had a process in place that would direct a form directly to the transportation folks who could then respond to that in 24 hours. And then we created a dedicated hotline and forwarded all our calls through that hotline number. Took some of the pressure off the receptionist. You can go to the next slide. We also created a call queue. Appreciate transportation for doing that, to inform callers so they'd be answered in the order in which they were received. Try to reduce that frustration. We didn't immediately get a response from a human being. We informed our parents of that process on the 18th, and then ultimately moved the call center over to the transportation office. Added an additional 9 operators, so we had a total of 13 operators at the call center during that first week of school. First, from Friday the 19th through Friday the 22nd, or the 26th, that first week in which we had that call center developed, we received just under 600 calls. The average wait time was about 19 seconds. But then through Monday, the 29th, through Friday, the 2nd, almost 1,700 calls, about a 10.4 seconds. But that's everything from a parent wondering where the bus is at that morning, having a question about their spot, maybe wanting to make an adjustment, to, I mean, it could be anybody calling the transportation wanting to sell them something. So it's a lot of calls come in that week. If you go to the next slide, you can see the reduction during the first week. On Monday, that's 666. Tuesday, it dropped by a couple of hundred, down to 438. Wednesday, down to 259. Thursday, 238. And by Friday, things were starting to really average down to 98. We still have the call center working over there. I don't have to staff it with a full 13 any longer, but we still have that process in place to try to ensure a response to parents. So appreciate the work with transportation, the cross-divisional work, and we'll continue to perfect this as we move forward as well in other areas where our PAR department can help, our technology department help, and make it a good Super Bowl winning day.
And so, as everyone's aware, we talked about a lot of this briefly last week, some of the challenges. You know, we had over 6,400 students request transportation out of the gate. And we knew not everyone would ride the bus. Some families signed up a kid because they just didn't know if they would ride the bus or not, so they just wanted to make sure they had a solution possibly in place. And that resulted in 251 routes. And when we say routes, that's if you're running a dual route, you're running one route for the elementary school, then you're running a second route for the high school. So those are 2 routes. And in the evening, you're doing the same thing. There's another 2 routes, so that would be a total of 4 routes. So 251 routes was the design solution for this. But there's still a need for drivers. We started, like I said, the planning with 80 drivers. We have 78 drivers now. And again, we talked about some of the restrictions on them. So we do have some good news. While we do recognize we need 4 drivers to take care of some route vacancies we have Aberdeen Elementary with a morning and afternoon route that's empty right now, and Pinecrest High School with an afternoon, and that would be potentially a new driver would take care of that. Northmore High School has a morning route that could use a driver, Southern Middle School a PM route, and West Pine Elementary a morning and afternoon, and a Pinecrest morning. The good news is, even with those, just speaking with Aberdeen Elementary School last week, they did not have a bus arrive late on that campus. The other drivers were able to work together, splitting up that vacant route and grabbing those kids and getting them to school on time still. So they're finding some solutions in there. Ideally, we still want to get these filled as soon as possible. 2 drivers have gone through the process now, and we talked about that last week and what that takes to get through the process. And we expect them to be about 2 weeks out from being able to be assigned to routes. We have 4 drivers that are looking at mid-October, and we mentioned them previously because that's the earliest DMV can get them in for their road test times, and 1 driver that's looking at about November to be available. We're still out. We're trying to recruit drivers, signage. Got a new one coming for a bus that we move around our schools with a big banner on there. Social media, just within the past couple of weeks, we had some video shared on social media by drivers on why they love to drive a bus, and encourage others to consider that. But also a lot of these routes with so many students, so many routes, and so few drivers, they're longer. The ride time's longer for a lot of students than what they've experienced in the past, and we've heard from parents talk about that. So it is a concern that we want to try to fine-tune as the year goes on. And the Here Comes a Bus app was not out of the gate where it needed to be, but it is now. A message went out Friday to families to let them know that the app is now fully up and operational and running.
So, Mr. Baran?
Yes.
Your comment that you currently need 4 drivers. So does that not include ones that are going through the process? That's 4 drivers over here that you haven't hired? Is that what you're saying?
So we look to fill 2 of those within the next 2 weeks, as
Okay.
those will get through their road test and be able to get their final
Okay.
license and drive.
Okay.
So that'll take that need down by 2.
Okay.
So, We touched on also last week about recruitment of drivers, and I mentioned previously that social media, we put out that video. We do a lot of things to hire drivers because it can take a very long time until they see a paycheck from Warren County Schools if they wait until they actually drive the bus. So one of the things we do is we bring them on as soon as possible as a monitor so they can get on a bus, get familiar with the routes and the schools and the students. We also pay for their DOT physical out of the gate so they're not out of pocket that money. And when they get their temporary CDL, we reimburse that cost to them. They bring in and we reimburse that. The whole intent is to make it not cost them to come and work at Moore County Schools, if that makes sense. Because if it takes them 4 months until they get that first paycheck from when they express an interest and they have to go through the class, they have to get all these permits and physicals and tests done, and then they get assigned a route in our pay cycles at the end of a month, and they start with us at the beginning of the month, that just makes the process long until they see a paycheck, and we lose a lot of people that way. They want to work, we bring them on board immediately, start getting paid, be a monitor on the routes as we need. So that's been a good solution to keep them once they express an interest to the finishing point of actually being a driver for a route. As Mike alluded to, we still have ways to go. We know this is not where we want it. We know that there's some things that we can build upon and improve on the process and systems we've already put in place. One of the most important parts is that you always do an after action. Once things get done and settled up, you bring the whole team together again, you talk about what worked and what didn't, and start putting planning in place for next year. Also, it's getting ready for that is knowing who's riding the bus, and the drivers have been doing that this past week and continue to do it this week. If we know who's actually riding the bus and who is not, we can redesign the routes to reflect students that are now riding. So if it ended up that Johnny did not need to ride a bus, then I haven't been on the bus last week, this week, then I don't need a bus. So the route can be designed to remove me from that and simplify the route, shortening ride times and balancing it out hopefully better amongst the drivers we do have. So it's putting that process in place. We need to identify those students. We need to notify those families that Johnny hasn't been riding the bus for over 2 weeks. Johnny's going to be removed from the bus due to lack of ridership. If your situation changes or if this is incorrect, contact this number. We hope that through this process, we could take the month of September to evaluate the number of students who are actually riding and design routes that reflect that now. And in October, come out with new route solutions and drive pickup times, et cetera, which we anticipate would be shorter, and balance out the need against drivers. We will communicate in early September of what's going to be done so parents can be mindful of it and understand what and why. And then, of course, when the time comes, just like we did for the sign up for August, to communicate through school messenger, here comes the bus, letters, et cetera, to inform them. We will always take more drivers. There won't be such thing as turning away people to be a driver for a school bus. To have substitute drivers would be ideal, where they'd be available every day that we could put them on a route somewhere. That's still a struggle right now. You have people who call in at 5 in the morning, they're sick, they have a fever, can't drive. Now you gotta patch up and find a way to cover that route and try to do it with the least amount of impact to the families in the school. Should we get to the fortunate point where we have some substitute drivers, substitute goes on that bus, notified, boom, there they go, off and running. So we have some places we want to be, we're not there yet, but we have a strong foundation for system and process that we'll continue to improve and build upon as the year progresses, and even throughout the year, continually be thinking about next year. So, anything you need to add? I'm sorry? Okay. So if you have any questions, 3 of us are here to respond to any questions you may have.
Does anyone have questions?
I just have one.
Okay.
Have you guys, and this may be a law, I don't know, but have you guys ever thought of having bus stops versus going house to house?
We have we've done some of that this year with some of our routes. That we've received some calls from parents that they Remember, last year, it was at my door, now they gotta walk down here, you know, however far it might be. And we did that purposely because the state does allow you to have that. However, we try to also be mindful of that walking path that student must take to get to there. We don't want them walking along an extremely busy road.
Right.
We don't want to put them in any harm's way like that. So we want to make sure where the stop is relative to that student's house remains safe. Corner stops are great. You can pick up from multiple directions where you can. You think of a city layout like Southern Pines, nice straight grids. You can run pretty much down one street and have students come from both ways at those. Some more rural areas where you have pickups along 211 or Route 24, those become hard because you don't want students to walk along that roadway. So we try to make sure we're mindful of the safety need for the student first.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions?
I just wanna say, that especially in the beginning of the year, you guys, did just a marvelous job in a very, very tough situation. I got a lot of, questions about bus routes and the like, and especially Mr. Barath, spent some time on the phone with me, to explain what was going on, and I was able to help explain that to some parents. And I was especially happy that we finally got the telephone number of the transportation department out on social media. So it looks like we're doing much better than many, many other counties, or so it seems. But I appreciate the hard work that all y'all are doing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you coming and giving us an update.
Thank you for
At this-
accommodating the request.
At this time, we're gonna take a lunch break, and Dr. Locklear will come back at what time? 25 till, 20 till?
30 minutes would be 12:40, so we would say 12:45.
Okay.
Yep.
call our meeting back to order. Our next item for reports, information, and discussion is proposal for expansion of Moore County Schools Police. Dr. Locklear.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to come back to you again with a refined plan from what the first draft that was presented to you in July. As the board may recall, our county commissioners, and we very much appreciate this request, asked us to bring them a plan of what it would take to expand our school police force, to have an officer in each of our schools. We had already been developing some rough planning around that when we got that request, so we're able to bring you some information in July, and now a much more refined plan today. And want to thank Chief Hardy and Seth and Mike, but also we've had some great partners in our local law enforcement community that's worked with us, including our Sheriff's Department. So we very much appreciate the Sheriff's support on this. I would also say, Madam Chair, as the board is aware, we're working, certainly want to present this to you today, get what feedback that you may have for us. But working to set up a time to meet collaboratively with our Board of Commissioners and to sit down and share this information with them in a combined work session, hopefully in the next few weeks. And so get their feedback and questions before we come back with a formal proposal and request. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Metcalf again, who's here with team members again.
With team members who will make me look better than I really am once again, and I greatly appreciate it. Yeah, I do want to take the opportunity before we get started. A lot of work being done, work that continues. Want to thank our partners in this process, certainly the commissioners, but also the Moore County Sheriff's Department, who we've met with a number of times, and it's been outstanding and very supportive of the work. Chief Hardy's met with the local jurisdiction police departments. They've been supportive and helpful as we continue to work. And then we've had some community members who have a special interest, maybe some special knowledge, and they too have been very supportive and given some ideas and their thoughts, and that's been very helpful to us. We'll start with Dr. Powers.
Appreciate that, Dr. Metcalf. Excited to be able to bring this proposal today, excited for the opportunity to get feedback and then also be able to present it to our county commissioners in hopes of being able to expand our police force. Obviously our number one goal is to educate our kids, right? But we can't educate children and have people feel good if they don't feel safe every day on their campuses. That goes for not only our students, but our staff and visitors to campuses as well. And I think we're all aware, currently in the context that we live, unfortunately, violence is too often a part of our everyday lives, and places that we should feel very safe, we don't always feel as safe as we would like to. And we also know that the number one variable, at least as it relates to a school shooting or violence on a school campus, in terms of ending that as quickly as possible, is the response of law enforcement. And specifically in the school, you're talking about school resource officers or school police officers being there, available on campus in order to respond and go to the threat quickly. So Moore County Schools is very fortunate to have 13 officers and in addition, 14th in the Chief of Police, Chief Hardy, who are assigned to our middle and high schools where they are based. They also, as we have discussed in the past, they do cover our elementary campuses as well. But we would really like to expand our police force in order to provide daily coverage on every campus and have a school police officer assigned to be on that campus all day, every day, as much as possible. So, in order to do that, it's our desire that we add officers in order to make that a reality. So just to again review what we currently have, our police force is 14 officers, so 13 officers plus a chief of police for a total of 14. We currently have 2 open positions that we're actively seeking to fill and to hire for. So we currently have 11 officers who are covering our 22 campuses at this time. The coverage for that, as you can see on the screen, Pinecrest, we have 2 officers, Union Pines, 2 officers, Northmore, 1 officer, CLC, 1 officer, Cranes Creek Middle, 1 officer. We have 1 officer that covers High Falls and Westmore, K-8 schools, so they do have that middle school population, but also our 2 schools who are the furthest in terms of being very rural and the furthest away from a municipal law enforcement agency to be able to respond. New Century Middle, 1 officer, Southern Middle, 1 officer, West Pine Middle, 1 officer, and then our chief of police, who is roving and who can provide additional coverage and support or fill in as needed. The one middle school that you did not see listed there was Elise Middle. And just because of numbers, Elise is a small school. It's immediately in the town of Robbins, just right, you could almost throw a baseball to the police department. It's so close to Elise, so I feel a little bit better about the vicinity there versus a High Falls or Westmore without coverage. So that's where we currently stand. So what we would like to do would be to make the additional requests. So we would like to request 13 additional school police officers. So in essence, we'd be doubling our force. That would bring our total Moore County Schools Police to 27 officers. And that would provide for, we would suggest 1 additional officer at Pinecrest High School. That would allow for full-time coverage at all elementary schools once all positions, including the 2 vacant positions that we currently have, are filled. And then that would also allow our captain's position to be roving in addition to the chief in order to provide supervision, support, and again, to be able to fill in as needed. If we were to have these officers, we would feel very comfortable that we would be able to provide that full-time coverage every day, all day, on all of our campuses. I do want to also share that this proposed request, as I said, is for 13 additional officers. The state did just allow school districts throughout the state to make requests for Safer Schools grant funding, which in the past has helped to support our SRO program. We have traditionally received funding to maintain 4 SRO positions as a part of that. So we're hopeful that we will continue to receive that, but we've also requested 2 additional officers beyond that 4. So if we were to receive the funding for all 6 officers, we would adjust this proposal to request 11 officers instead of 13, just as for your information. Next, I'd like to just kind of cover what the estimated costs would be for the 13 additional officers. And I'd like to also share that these equipment costs came from information provided to us by our Moore County Sheriff's Office. They provided a document entitled "The Basic Cost to Outfit a Deputy Sheriff," and we use that information to provide the numbers for the chart that you see. And that's also a supporting document as a part of the executive summary that you received. So you can see salary is the biggest number, right, as we would expect. So if we're estimating a salary of $60,000 per officer, and that is with benefits, and that's based on Moore County Schools' current salary structure, that cost would be $780,000, both one-time and annual reoccurring. Also, you'll see, and I'll talk more about this as I go through the presentation, but we are also proposing that we would align our Moore County Schools Police salaries with the salaries of the Sheriff's Department. So, and I'll give a little more detail in just a few minutes as to what that comparison looks like, but Sheriff's deputies are paid at a higher level than our current Moore County Schools Police are paid. And in terms of just recruitment and being able to have people to hire, we think the adjustment in salary is necessary. But you can see that in order to align our current police officer with the Sheriff's Department, it'd be about a $62,000 cost per year. The additional, if we hired the 13 additional officers, and if that was done at the level of the Moore County Sheriff's Office pay scale, that would be approximately an additional $40,000 a year. And then you get into just some of the things that are necessary when officers are hired: a background check, psychological evaluation, uniforms, vests, weapons. You can see the numbers there. As we go down, ammunition. Okay. Both. I'll get a little closer. I'll do that. Ammunition, radios, laptops, lockable evidence safe, vehicle. I do want to pause just a moment on vehicles because this is the second most expensive item that's a part of this. The vehicle cost that was given to us by the Sheriff's Department, a Sheriff's deputy's vehicle costs approximately $50,000. So that's a fully equipped police vehicle with everything that you would need as a part of that. And we all know that the role of Moore County Schools police officer and the sheriff's deputies are somewhat different. Our officers are not going to be involved in high-speed pursuits in general, so these vehicles do not need to be pursuit vehicles. There are also some additional equipment inside that our officers would not need as well. So the cost for our Moore County Schools police vehicles, as we have purchased in the past when we've needed to do that, is around $30,000. We do need to outfit those vehicles with, of course, lights, sirens, decals, those kind of things. But it saves us about $20,000 in cost versus a sheriff's patrol car. Another thing I'd like to address why it's important that our Moore County Schools police do have their own vehicle. One reason is just the fact that a police vehicle on campus is a deterrent. When you have a police vehicle parked in front of the school, that tells somebody that somebody's there that can stop, whatever harm they intend to do. So just for deterrence, we even have shared, we encourage Sheriff's Department, other local law enforcement, if their officers need a place to park and write a report, or do something else, we encourage them to, please use the campus park, be seen there. So it's important for that reason. A second reason is traffic control. In order for a police officer to be able to direct traffic on a North Carolina highway or a road, they have to be in a marked car with lights. So if, many of our campuses do have heavy traffic in the mornings and afternoon, there's the need to be able to do that. So if they're going to do it, they have to have a car. And then the third reason is just for emergency response. God forbid that something terrible does happen on one of our campuses, but if it does, everybody's coming, including our Moore County Schools police. And in order to respond in a quick manner, you need to be in a police car with lights and siren to get there quickly. So that's a little bit of the rationale as to why our Moore County Schools police would need these vehicles. Just to finish the list out, you can see annual fuel costs, vehicle maintenance, cell phone calls, training, and then we also have officer recruitment. We put a line item in here initially that we're going to have to spend a little money to get the word out to recruit officers. You talk about filling 13 new positions potentially and 2 additional that we already have, 15. It's going to take some time to do that, and we want to reach out far and wide, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in just a moment as well.
Let me ask one quick question. On the training of officers, $250 per officer. That doesn't seem like a lot of money. Does this also include advanced first aid training as well as active shooter training?
Yeah, and that's not necessarily a part of that number, but we are putting that together to be able to do that. The 250, I believe, and Chief Hardy, I don't know if you're able to help me with this one or not, but I believe that's just for the required, what's required in terms of SRO training to begin.
Right, we have different levels. On the first level, we have our annual in-service, and most of that is online. So there's none of the cost associated with that. However, there are courses that we have to attend, like SRO certification course where we may have to travel to another county, and that would incorporate some cost, as well as anything that we need to purchase to be able to attend that training. Now, as far as the advanced, what you said,
Advanced first aid training and active shooter training. I don't know whether we have to pay for the use of Samarcan. Maybe that's free.
Samarcan is free. The rapid deployment training that we all of us went through for 3 weeks prior to the school coming back, not counting the Samarkand, but the 3 weeks rapid deployment training where we use force on force.
Right.
Were we to have to buy that simunition ourselves, then that would be rather expensive cost, because we use sim rounds. Now, we went through Sand Hills Community College, and so therefore we were using the college's simunition and guns. So the only cost of that was our time and our driving there. The Samarkand, of course, is free to us, and we did utilize that, and Mary Kate was there with us, and so was Miss Catherine, when we utilized that.
But this does not include funding for the advanced first aid training?
No, sir.
Okay, my suggestion is that it's probably not a lot of money, but that probably should be in there because one of the two things we have to do, especially in a mass casualty situation, is obviously go in and neutralize whoever's doing the harm, but also take care of the students on an emergency basis until EMT gets there. So that to me is extremely, extremely important.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, appreciate that feedback. You look at the cost for all of that, so if we're looking at the initial cost during the first year, the total is $1,446,758. The annual total recurring cost each year for these additional 13 officers would be $980,562. So I wanted to touch again just a little bit on recruitment and how we might do that and potential timelines. You know, if we were to be, if this were to happen and we were to be able to hire and expand the 13 additional officers, we would want to, number one, we want to aggressively advertise those vacancies in a variety of mediums, focusing on the advantages and perks of joining Moore County Schools Police. You know, school policing is much different than your normal county or municipal law enforcement, and so sharing that information and, you know, some of the advantages to school policing, and really again getting the word out that we're looking, that we're recruiting, that we're hiring, and doing that as far as and wide as possible. We would also want to seek to revise our Moore County Schools Board Policy 7800 school police program, and we would suggest that that revision would remove the word requirement for potential candidates to have a minimum of 3 years of experience in law enforcement, and would instead recommend 3 years of experience. And so, you know, obviously we want the most qualified and experienced officers as possible. However, realizing that, you know, when you requirement it has to be when you require it, but if we recommend it, you know, if you get that candidate who demonstrates exceptional, you know, ability and does not have those 3 years, we're still able to hire them. And that, we feel like that's especially important in terms of how difficult it is to find candidates at this time. The third thing, again, goes back to our request for our Moore County Schools Police salaries to align with our Moore County Sheriff's Department salaries. Just feel like in order to attract quality individuals and candidates, it makes sense for those to align. So we think that would help us to recruit as well. So you can see the chart. So what you have here is how the pay scales differ. The first row is our Moore County Schools Police monthly salary range. The second row is our Moore County Sheriff's Office monthly salary range. And they're based on the ranks in the different departments. So you have just an officer or a deputy first, and then we have each of the ranks: corporal, sergeant, lieutenant, captain, and chief.
Excuse me, I have a question. Actually, this is for Chief Hardy. Chief Hardy, how long have you been aboard here? Moore County Schools?
Since 2000, I believe 18.
Okay. You may or may not be able to answer this. but you've been in Moore County, right, before this?
Born and raised, yes, sir.
Yeah. So, 6 or 7 years ago, 8 years ago, wasn't this reversed? Didn't Moore County schools actually pay more than the sheriff's office?
They were very close.
Or they were
much more
close.
close than where they are now. And yes, sir, that's my knowledge.
Yeah, because if I recall correctly, say 8 years ago, I mean, we had, there were detectives from Moore County Sheriff's Office leaving Moore County Sheriff's Office, coming to Moore County Schools Police because there was pay parity and it was perceived as easier or less risky business.
They were closer on their scales. However, with time and everything else, we've separated and haven't kept up with that. So I have also lost 2 potential applicants recently because of the amount of money that I was able to offer them prior to finishing that background. And they went on to another agency. However, this is not an uncommon thing. Most law enforcement agencies are short-handed right now.
Right.
And so everybody's looking at some similar issues.
Might I add to what you were asking about? That timeline is about where Moore County hired the Triad Consortium, I've forgotten who it was, that came in and evaluated all their classified scale as well. And we lost not just police officers to Moore County, but painters and electricians and plumbers and bus drivers, all because they came in and recalibrated their salary scales, and we weren't able to keep up with the difference. And where we had gone to being relatively even, it's just across the board with classified salaries, we all of a sudden fell behind. And that's why we did hire in 2017, I guess it was, the group that came in and reevaluated our classified scales to try and get them up to par. And we're still not there. But it was that effort, because, yeah, you're right, we used to be highly competitive with local law enforcement. And,
Yes,
and
and we
have
did
definitely
attract
slipped.
several that left other agencies to come here, but that's not the case now.
If you look at the numbers and the ranges there, what you'll see is, you know, that the difference is not quite as large on the low end, but as it goes along and you get to the high end, it does. On the low end, it's a few $100s a month, you know, but if you go to the high end, you know, you can see it ranges somewhere from $1,200 to $3,000 a month, again, depending on rank. If you'll scroll down, Charlie. So then I also wanted to share Moore County Schools, our officers' salaries, where they are currently, and then what it would cost to move them to the sheriff's office pay scale. So again, this is for our current employees. So you can see the blue columns, those are Moore County, the first blue column is Moore County Schools pay scale. The second blue column is the monthly salary of the Moore County Sheriff's Office pay scale. And again, this is for our current officers. So you can see what the difference would be for each officer monthly. The salmon color, again, the first column would be annual Moore County Schools pay, and the Sheriff's Office annual Moore County Schools pay. And you'll see the asterisks, and that just indicates that that's based on the number of months employed, because all of our Moore County Schools police are not employed 12 months, and some of our, sheriff's deputies are employed 12 months. So just comparing apples to apples there. So if we can scroll on down. Okay. So that's, you see all the officers. We did the 2 vacant positions because we don't know what those salaries would be. We used an average there. So that would be the average salary for our just average together all of our Moore County Schools police officers who don't have a rank, just our basic officers. Their salaries to come up with an average of $40,217 that we used there. So what you can see is for our current Moore County Schools police, and this just in review of what I shared earlier, it would cost approximately $62,000 to align their salaries with the salary of the Sheriff's Office. If we were to add the additional officers, it would cost approximately $43,000 per year per officer, an additional approximately $3,000 per year to make their salaries comparable to that of the sheriff's office. And you've got the supporting documents that were shared with you there that you can see that we use to compile this information. Our Moore County Schools classified salary scale, the County of Moore scale, that includes the sheriff's office, our board policy, and then that basic cost to outfit a deputy sheriff document. So I'll stop with that and see if there are other questions that we might want to share or feedback. Appreciate Mr. Levy's feedback related to the training that we might want to provide related to taking this proposal to the county commissioners.
Chief Hardy, I know that we don't have another school that is in close proximity to the police department like we do at Elise. However, if you look at the location of the school to the town police department, obviously it's your opinion, or appears to be, that we need a car for every SRO, for every campus. So the question that was presented to me was for places like Elise, or I don't know how far Pinehurst is from their police department, but for those campuses, do we truly need a car? Yes, I know the question was, yes, I know we need a SRO, but do we need a car for that individual? What would your response be to that?
Ma'am, my response would be this. One level of security is what somebody observes when they enter that campus, whether it's driving into the parking lot or walking to the school. So seeing a marked police car sitting in front of that school lets them know that at least somebody is close by that would be able to intervene in instance of somebody doing ill will toward a staff member or students. The second part of that is, my staff doesn't just sit at the schools or anything else. We have to do home visits with the counselors. We have to do home visits and welfare checks with the social workers to ensure that the safety of our babies is taking place outside of the campus. Every now and then, we will have to transport a child home. Just last week, they had to transport a child home because they couldn't get, the mother didn't have a ride. So there's things that I believe they should have a uniform police car for, because of those types of things that are out of the ordinary. And there again, it's the first thing that somebody sees when they enter into a campus, and that's important for me.
Thank you. And my next question is, which is different, and I don't know if we need to incorporate it, but, well, let me just ask the question. So with your group that's out visiting schools and looking at security and looking at cameras and the different things that we need at schools, is the list of requirements for what we need for security, is that going to be separate and apart for the SROs, or?
Let me offer clarification on that one, Madam Chair, if I
Okay,
could.
all right.
I neglected to have that in my introduction.
Okay.
But there's going to be a separate, staff is going to update us on that work. And
Okay.
how that is going to be
Okay.
a separate
That's
process.
going to be separate.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
With a local team, as well as using a school security consultant to work
Okay.
with that local team and compile a report.
And the reason I'm asking is because when we meet with the commissioners, I think we need to have an all-inclusive dollar amount. And I don't know if we'll have that work done before the date that we are expecting to meet with our commissioners. So how do we follow up with that, Dr. Locklear?
Yes, ma'am. When we first talked about this in July, I think we knew that this was a two-step process. We
Okay.
felt like we could bring we could bring our plan to expand our officers
Okay,
fairly quickly.
okay.
And finalize that plan based on the questions and feedback we got from the board, and then bring for your endorsement for official request of the commissioners. But the second part of this is that facility audit, that safety facility audit. And that's the process that we're gonna update you on where we are with that and where we're moving with that. Unfortunately, that just takes some more time because you have to coordinate site visits to every campus and every school, and working with local law enforcement, et cetera. So it just takes a little more time to work through that. Our goal is, of course, do that as quickly as possible, though that's gonna take a few months.
Okay, and just to let everyone know, I did reach out to, talk to our chair of commissioners and ask for us to have a meeting, a work session meeting, so that all of us could come together and you could present the information to our commissioners. They would be able to ask questions, just like we're doing, prior to them voting on additional funds. And we're hopeful that that will be sometime on the morning, possibly of the 15th. We'll confirm that, but we're hopeful that that will be within the next week or so. Now, you had a question,
Yes.
Bob.
I think you answered it. When are we gonna be asked to endorse this plan? Is that next week, or is that not next week?
No, sir. We want to first sit down with our commissioners. The plan is the next step after we're getting some more feedback or suggestions from you. We'll probably revise this another time, and then have that time to sit down with our commissioners, share it with them, have them ask questions or request additional information. And then from that process, the goal would be to bring back to you at your meeting in October a final plan for your endorsement that then, on your behalf, I could then bring to the commissioners and make a formal request to the commissioners.
I have one other, one.
And
Go
just for a
ahead.
little bit more clarification, what we're thinking is that would be an action item at the work session, not the board meeting in October, but at the work session.
Oh, that's
That we
fine.
would be able to give an updated presentation and then have a board action item to vote.
But one of the things I want to point out to the board is this is one of the reasons why we need to make sure that we lower class size and allot the money out of the fund balance to lower class size, and we do that quickly, is in part because the commissioners are going to look at our fund balance, and their head of finance is going to look at our fund balance, and they are going to say, go ahead and do this, and it looks like you have some money in your fund balance above your $2 million so that you can pay for it. The money that we got from the commissioners, additional money, was to do the things that we had listed as priorities. And I don't want to have to choose between education and safety. I'm greedy, I want them both, okay? I want both the children to be safe, and I want them to be well-educated. But I don't want to lead with our chin and with having a large a fund balance when we have a very, very good place to put the fund balance, and then have that fund balance taken out of our hands for this purpose. This is a good purpose, but it needs to be new money, because that is what we approach the commissioners with when we approach them with our budget. So that's one of the bureaucratic reasons for making sure that we lower our class size, and we do that forthwith.
I have two questions. Oh, it's on. So, having a little bit of experience just from what my husband does, the training seems very low, the amount, and so does the ammo. Now, I know you guys aren't using ammo every day, obviously, thank goodness. But is $100 per officer enough for the entire year, you think?
We qualify once a year, and typically we will do one practice round,
Mm-hmm.
and then we'll go straight into qualifying. So, that's the way it's been. If I'm able to expand, of course, I'm gonna have to increase my number of times going to that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's gonna be my plan, is to increase that as we go.
I just think that maybe training, we need to look for more money there. That's just really
Yes,
cheap,
ma'am.
250 per officer. I'm thinking some of the stuff that I know, could cost 650 per officer, for certain things. So, I don't know. And that's just a one-time training
Yes, ma'am.
that I know of that someone charges. So, I don't know. I just think that's low.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Dave?
A couple of things in no particular order. First of all, I heard Elise was mentioned as a school that would not have a full-time SRO. I don't support any plan that doesn't have a full-time SRO in all of our
They do
schools.
currently. They don't currently, but they would under this plan.
Oh, so under this
proposal.
plan, all of
Correct.
it would? Okay,
Correct.
that was not made clear. In fact, on additional staffing requests, on the second bullet, you say 13 additional officers would provide for. On the second bullet, I would say full-time coverage at all of our schools. It just is more clear. Good, that's good to hear. As far as exempting 3 years experience, or the 3 years experience, I would be willing to entertain that as long as the substitute is, 3 years law enforcement or military experience. And quite frankly, you guys should be fishing in that if you plan on getting new officers, which it sounds like you are, because you're wanting this 3-year rule waived, I would fish in that pond. I think that you will find plenty of young men and women who want to stay in the area, such as, there's plenty of young men and women who want to stay in the area who would be more than happy to become an SRO at Moore County Schools, because being an SRO has a lot of things going for it. Anyway, so that's my view on that. We discussed pay parity. I would like to discuss trauma medical. This dovetails a bit with what Mr. Levy talked about. It was my suggestion, and I stand fast on this, that all of our SROs and all of our school nurses need to be trained up to the equivalent of the U.S. Army Combat Lifesaver course. And I know that sounds, ooh, gosh, like you're a corpsman or a medic, and it's not, nothing's further from the truth. The Combat Lifesaver course is giving to regular members of the infantry to fill the gap between when something happens and before corpsman or EMS arrives. And it's the gap between the Stop the Bleed course that you had, which is an individual first aid course, and EMS. And that is the standard that, quite frankly, all of our school nurses and our SROs should be trained to. And they should also have combat lifesaver type packs, because I could not imagine after some horrible incident standing by and not having the training nor the equipment to render aid before EMS got there. I could not imagine. And then finally, so anyway, I firmly believe that our officers need to have, like I said, the equivalent of the U.S. Army Combat Lifesaver course. And then finally, I would not be remiss if I didn't point out that perhaps we wouldn't have 2 F-rated schools if we focus 100% of our time, attention, and resources on education. And I would also point out that we are one of 2 school districts out of 117 in North Carolina that have our own SROs. This is nothing against the professionalism and whatnot of the chief or the current SROs, but one of the reasons our sheriff, Ronnie Fields, is very effective in his fighting crime in Moore County is because he's not distracted trying to run schools. And therefore, since we don't ask our sheriff to run schools, he and his staff are able to focus 100% of their attention on law enforcement, not education. And I would ask my board colleagues to consider the fact that maybe it is time that Moore County Schools joins 115 other school districts in North Carolina in focusing our time, efforts, and resources, especially our managerial time, effort, and resources on reading, writing, and arithmetic, not trying to run a police department. So that's it.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate your information.
Gonna move on now and share that second
Oh,
part
okay.
about,
All right.
no worries. Yep, gonna give you the update on
Okay.
the campus physical, security, assessments and where we are with
Oh,
that
okay.
and where we'd like to go with that. So again, as Dr. Locklear shared, very important that we take a look at each of our campuses, and determine what are our strengths related to safety and security, what are our weaknesses related to safety and security, and then so that we can take steps to improve in those areas where we need to. So what our plan would be to contract and work collaboratively with on-target preparedness in order to conduct a physical security assessment on all of our 23 Moore County Schools campuses, and that would include this campus here at the central office. Moore County Schools has worked with on-target preparedness in the past. We've done that in collaboration with Moore County Public Safety for them to work with us to conduct active shooter tabletop exercises in our schools. And on-target has also been recommended by our Moore County Public Safety as well as our Moore County Health Department, who've worked with them in the past. Now, I did say that they would work collaboratively with us, got it right that time. So we would want to have our own school safety facility assessment team that would be a part of the assessment on each campus. And that team would be made up of myself or Dr. Metcalf, Chief Hardy, our Executive Officer for Operations. It would also include Kent Eklund, our Director for Technology. We would invite members of our Moore County Sheriff's Office, local law enforcement based on the school's jurisdiction. So, if, for example, if we were doing the assessment on the Elise campus, we'd want Robbins Police to be involved there. It would also include Sammy McNeil, who's a former chief of Moore County Schools Police, as well as the school principal. So this is our team that would be visiting along with the team from on-target preparedness to assess each campus. So just to share with you what services would be provided as a part of this. So on-target would meet and collaborate with the school and district safety teams. We would work together to develop a security assessment tool designed to meet the specific needs of Moore County schools. So what are we, if there are specific things that we want to do and look for, certainly they can work with us on that. We would then schedule and perform walkthroughs of all of our campuses in collaboration with the safety teams and in order to collect data. On-target would then assist with preparing a comprehensive report for the district. I'm sorry, did I skip one here? Yeah. They would prepare a comprehensive report for each campus, and then they would also prepare a comprehensive report for the district that we would have as well, which would identify both each school's and the district's strengths and weaknesses related to safety and security. They would present findings to district leadership and the Moore County Board of Education. And that's what they would be able to do for us. So let's talk about what that would cost. So the quoted price for completing this work as described is $29,900. This cost would be funded through federal impact aid funds, which aligns with supporting student safety and well-being. And in terms of a timeline, obviously we'd want to complete this as quickly as we could. However, we know it's going to take a little time to coordinate schedules and get all of these people on all 23 campuses. But on-target has indicated that they are prepared to work with us as quickly as possible to coordinate those schedules and to get started as soon as we can this fall. So at this point, that's where we are related to that, and we're looking forward to to moving forward with assessing our campuses and improving our safety and security on our campuses.
Okay, Dr. Powers, Dr. Metcalf, and Chief, thanks again for coming and providing us with an update. We are going to move right on into our next item, which is pending action and discussion. And we have adoption of our 22-24 strategic plan up first. And as our team is coming for that, I would just like to share that board members have had three separate meetings to review our strategic plan as it was being in draft format and being developed, and we had an opportunity to see responses that were shared from the portal and of information that was captured from our staff as well as from parents and from the community. The board members provided feedback, and we now feel like that we are almost across the finish line, and that we have eliminated a large part to get it down to just the top high level of what the strategic plan looks like. So, Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and you've summed it up well. We appreciate the process and involvement of the board for several months. This started back in February with the goal of getting feedback from our community first on our current plan, then taking that first swing at a revised plan to bring back to you. And we met on a couple occasions in May and June. Came back with another swing at a revised plan, sent that out to our community and stakeholders in August, and then we're able to work with you on Thursday. I really appreciate the board's engagement last week. There was some clear consensus on the direction the board wanted to go, and that's what the team has worked to bring back today. Dr. Metcalf is going to walk through the now recommended, my recommended draft of the district strategic plan that contains a revised vision, mission, core beliefs, and 6 goals that we discussed in pretty good detail last week on what you were looking for there. There's been a suggestion or two over the weekend, so we can certainly talk about that and see if we need to tweak this a little more before we bring it for your final consideration on Monday. So Mike, I'll let you walk through the plan, walk through some of the things we'll be doing behind the plan as it gets implemented. So Mike?
Yeah, great excitement bringing it forward. I think we started this work back in February, as you noted. It's nice to be here today. I don't have any of my partners here with me, so
There's
feel
a partner right
but
there.
I saw Heather walk through, and we should take this moment to thank Heather Stewart.
Yeah.
Heather led the board through the entire process, and really
It was
appreciate it.
amazing.
She's great, and if I get stuck on any questions, I'm going to throw it over to Heather to respond to any of those. I do want to say this to the board before we get started, just kind of reading through and digressing through the plan. Just a reminder that the superintendent has said several times that we'll make some changes to this in the sense that we'll try to make it very community friendly. And so the way it'll be presented to the community will be different than the way it is right here. We'll take this content, but we want to make sure that our community understand exactly what these goals are and exactly what our core beliefs are. So the format of it may change once we've approved where we're going. We'll also remember that the superintendent has stated that we will provide regular updates on our action steps, and that we will be providing, he called it a dashboard. I call it a balanced scorecard. It goes back in my time a little bit, but something similar to that demonstrates exactly where we're starting from, where we're going, and how we're progressing through as we measure each of these goals that we put forward. And so we will be sharing that format with the board as we develop that dashboard, that scorecard, and then bring back regular reports to the board so that you can analyze the progress that we're making along with the action steps that we've put in place. So that being said, I think what we'll do is I'll just, if you'll permit me, Madam Chair, is I'll just kind of go through it piece by piece, and if there's places that we want to discuss, we can. There's some clarifications that I may want to provide, and I know we did receive some information over the weekend for some possible recommended changes. We can share that too. So this is a two-year plan, two-year school strategic plan. It begins with the vision. I think we wouldn't call it a new vision. Would be the vision. Vision is we strive to be the standard for excellence in education in North Carolina. Our mission, all students will graduate with the skills, knowledge, character, and education to be successful citizens. Our core beliefs, we believe successful schools are essential for thriving communities and that every student can learn and succeed. Education, employment, and enlistment are equally honorable pursuits for the future lives of our students. Our schools provide a safe, respectful, orderly, and caring environment conducive to learning. We engage our parents and community in the education of our students, and our educators are empowered to meet the learning needs of all students. So that is our vision, our mission, and our core beliefs.
Madam Chair, I have some questions, but I'm gonna wait till the end.
wait till he
Wait till
gets
he's
through.
finished.
Yeah.
So we currently have 6 goals that we're working with the board. The first one is to increase the number of schools meeting or exceeding growth from 14 to 23. This is current data, so this is the most updated data for this particular goal. We had 14 schools who either met or exceeded growth across the school district, and we would increase that to the full 23. Number 2, increase the overall composite grade level proficiency by 10% from 56.6% to 66.6%. This is an area where I think we really need to educate our community, and I think that the way we present the strategic plan and our format and what it looks like can help us with that. Composite, of course, means, I know that you know this, but composite, of course, means all of our tests, of course, combined into a composite district-wide score. So that includes math, it includes the English language arts, it includes the science, and all of the grade levels. All of that combined create our composite score, and our goal here is to increase that overall composite by 10% from 56.6% to 66.6%. The third one is to increase the context ranking for composite grade level proficiency from 23rd place to at least the top 5% in the state out of the 115 LEAs. We should have the data on this one. That 23rd place is last year's data. We'll have that. Kate's probably working on it right now, listening to us in her office, grinding away. So we should have that before Monday's board meeting, what that exact start point would be and where we're at in terms of our ranking across the state. But we had been 2 years ago 23rd place. The goal here is to get into the top 5% out of the 115 LBAs. The fourth goal centers around Lexile reading level. 10th grade students reading at or above grade level will increase by 10% from 81% to 91% as measured by the end of course Lexile reading level. Of course, that is a nationally normed, Lexile reading levels are nationally normed. It's provided by the Department of Public Instruction as a part of the information that we receive back from each of the tests, 3rd all the way through the 10th grade test to the end of course and the end of grade. Actually, parents receive that score. They get their students' individual Lexile score as compared to the school, the district, and the state. And so that's not uncommon for the parents. Still want to do some education with them. We're just looking at the 10th grade and going across our 10th graders, are they reading at or above grade level? That Lexile provided by the state, nationally normed. The fifth one, again, is one I think requires some education, and we may want to play with the wording on that one a little bit because we don't want to misguide anyone. Close the achievement gap for Black, Hispanic, economically disadvantaged, and students with disability by 10% from their respective 21, 22 achievement scores. So as I was looking at that over the weekend, I wanted to give you an example of what I think that means, make sure we're all on the same page, and then maybe throw out some wording if you want to keep that particular goal that we might want to adjust. Just some thoughts. So if we looked at all subjects, the composite for all subjects, our black students are at 26.7% proficiency. All students, that would be with our black students combined into that, are 56.6%. So we want to reduce that gap by 10%. The gap currently then is 29.9%. We want to reduce that gap by 10%, so we reduce it in that period of time to 19.9. And obviously, we would continue to work to reduce that gap. That one can be confusing because we also don't want to send the message that we're going to reduce that gap by having all of our students reduce, come down. You don't reduce the gap by bringing the top down, if that makes sense. And so wording that we've used for our leadership priorities in the past is that we would reduce those gaps while increasing the performance in all groups, So that adjusts that that issue, makes it a little clearer. Obviously, we don't want to be going backwards with our other students as we try to bring our black students, our Hispanic students, our economically disadvantaged students up. So there's some wording there that we might want to play with. I might suggest to the board that we play with as we discuss that one. And then the sixth goal, I know there was interest among the board to have a CTE, Career Technical Education, vocational goal. Worked with Dr. Scott, asked her to stick her head in here today just in case there was any questions about this. We kind of went around. She quickly brought her team together last week. I appreciate you doing that, Lisa. Quick notice. And where we landed with that is increase the number of students who complete a career and technical education CTE vocational cluster. That's a cluster is a student who's taken at least 4 CTE courses with the same career pathway by 15% from 441 students to 510 students across the district. So we're going after students who maybe have an interest, let's say, in construction, core construction. And so they're involved in that particular cluster of courses that we offer. Architecture and construction is a cluster of courses. We would be working with them to complete 4 courses in that particular area. They would count as a completer. They'd get the certifications that they would get from that particular area, but they would be focused in that if that's their area of interest, trying to increase students from, to gain extensive knowledge in an area of interest to them. We kind of went around and around, to be honest with that, whether we should be talking about credentials and certifications and trying to increase those. But we've seen such growth in that area. I think we've had almost 400% growth since 2016. That this seemed like a different place to go with vocational and go more depth for the student, encourage more depth for the student, and be a completer. And of course, Lisa can answer any questions that you may have around that. So that was the 6th goal. We did receive one comment over the weekend. Ms. Carter, appreciate the English teacher in you.
Sorry.
And that's centered on number 4, the lexile, and to move the verb first. And once I identified where the verb was, I came out with increased 10th grade students reading at or above grade level by 10%, from 81 to 90% as measured by the end of course lexile reading
It doesn't
level.
change the meaning at all.
Doesn't
but
change the meaning, but
makes
it actually
parallel
aligns
to
it with the first
others.
3 where we
That's
start
right.
with increase, and so it made sense. So that's something to discuss too, and hand it over for any further conversation from the board.
You had something.
Well, there are 3 things that, I guess let me see if I have this correct. We're not going to vote on it today. We're gonna wait and
Monday.
vote on it on Monday.
Yes, sir.
So I suppose I can bring these things up on Monday. I am concerned that the original draft had American citizen in it. I'm not gonna start a discussion about that today, but I would just let everyone know that I do plan on bringing that up on Monday for a sharp discussion. Number 2, I think it's important, because we got this information just a couple of days ago, that we have 2 F-rated schools. And it should be a goal, I believe, to eliminate those F-rated, to eliminate the F rating on those schools, on the,
Apparently should have been more specific on the guidance to get rid of 2 D-rated schools.
yes.
But with F-rated, you can only go one direction, so it's not necessary.
What do you mean, it's not necessary to eliminate the F rating on the schools?
Yeah, never mind.
Okay, all right. Well, at any rate, I believe it should be a goal to eliminate the F rating on the schools, or to raise the F rating on the schools. That would be a better thing to do. And the third thing is, and I know Dr. Locklear has a difference of opinion, and I certainly do respect that. It seems that we're looking at grade level performance in grades 1 or K through 8, but we're only looking for Lexile performance on grade 10, or in other words, the high school. And it seems to me that we should be consistent and look at grade level performance. And grade level performance, there is one indication of that, and that is English 2, which is part of the high school's report card. And I understand that the Lexile rating, at least I haven't found it, is not on the school report card. It's not reported in that data.
It is not reported on the school report card, but we do have it available, 3rd grade on up. We could look at any particular grade level, and it is provided to parents. So it is something that is, can commonly be found. It's provided to parents, and it is provided to them in comparison to state, comparison to district, comparison to the school. So it's not something that we make up, obviously.
No.
Yeah.
No, but
So we could look at younger grades, or we could look at the older grades with it. It's, the reason I think that we like it is specific to that question of can our students read? And the ELA assessment, the standards assessment, the one test they take at the end of the year, that's a standards test. It's not specific to reading. It's an assessment of multitude of standards. And so that this allows us to track and look at and track and share with our community the X percent and try to increase the percentage of students who are able to read at or above grade level, which the standards test, the EOC, the EOG does not measure.
actually what I think is going on, and I'm just being quite frank, is that I believe that we want to look a little bit better, and those percentages are higher than the English 2 percentages. In fact, significantly higher. And while it's important to know the Lexile level of our students, it's also important to know about their overall grade level performance. And that's really what we've been looking for, is overall grade level performance, because if a student is doing grade level performance, of course the student can read. But we also want to know about math. Okay, can they do grade level math? Can they do grade level science? And the like, because that is part of our core curriculum. So I truly believe that that goal should be revamped, especially since the legislature has decided to make the English 2 report a part of the report card, and has not decided to give just that narrow Lexile rating part of the report card. But I'm probably in the minority. I just think it's a better way to go.
I would add this, that ELA assessment is included in goal number 1 with the composite, so that it is being measured as a part of that overall composite, along with the science and the math and
Right,
so
right.
it is included, but I understand where you're
Right.
coming from.
You've just made my point. We're doing in the lower grade science, math, whatever the other things are, but in the 10th grade, we're only doing Lexile. And that's not,
That that 10th grade assessment is included in that composite as well. All the high school exams are included in that composite. It's all the tests we give, EOC, EOG, combined for that composite. So that 10th grade proficiency is included in that overall composite that we are measuring. In addition to that, we're measuring with these goals, in addition to measuring the overall composite of all the EOGs, proficiency of all the EOGs and EOCs, we've made the recommendation here to also measure the Lexile students' scores of 10th graders to try to ensure that our students, when they graduate 2 years later, are reading at or above grade level, beyond just how they're doing in terms of their proficiency.
I just think that it's quite confusing to all of a sudden go from it to just look at Lexile level and not the entire panoply of other things. But that's just my opinion.
I mean, I see the goals as you're looking at the grade level performance in goal number 2. So that's everyone. That's K through 12th grade. Number 1 is doing the same thing, K through 12th grade. You're looking at all of that. The number 4, to me, is just looking at reading, because, you know, we have such, the community has said, you know, there's a lot of kids that aren't reading at grade level. So I think isolating that is a great thing, because then we can show them, yes, we are, or no, we're not. Here's our data. So I think that's why we need to have a goal just for reading. So I like how it is.
Any other comments? This is an action item. Okay.
Yeah, just a couple questions real quick. The composite grade level proficiency score, where can one find that?
You have that available to you in your board book.
Right, it is on the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction website.
Yes, I believe so.
So it is a independently calculated
Yes.
public number.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Just wanted to make sure we weren't developing our own index, because you could do a lot with your own index.
We could.
Yes, sir. Now, moving on to number 6, on the CTE. So I really like this, because the purpose of the CTE program isn't just to generate credentials. It is to generate career-ready individuals. And I had complaints, confidential discussions with parents at one of our high schools who had complained a couple years ago. I heard these complaints a year or so ago, that they had obvious college-bound students who were ordered, is probably a strong word, but were told that even though they were college-bound and this and that, and had no interest in VOTEC classes, that they were being kind of forced to take VOTEC classes. So it's not the number of certifications that a student gets, because you could just randomly tell students you got to take these. What's important is the number of students that were graduating career ready. So
Completers. Yep.
I'm sorry?
We call them completers. Somebody who's
Yes.
completed that whole pathway, if you will.
Right, so I don't know what the standards are. Obviously, there's credentials, which are standalone Adobe or whatnot. When I was in high school, it was home ec, and I can still make a good pecan pie because of that. But so there's credentials, then there's clusters. So what is it called when they complete that pathway?
I
Oh,
will
no, we have a
defer-
guess.
I'll defer
No,
to the
this
expert.
is good,
Yes.
this is good.
Make sure that's on.
I don't know, yeah, it's on. Okay, so, students who complete, let me get my little pathway sheet out here, because it's very complicated. So our kids who are completing different pathways, some offer credentials, some offer certificates, some, you know, it's just you've completed the pathway. There isn't, you know, it's a proof of learning, or it's a project-based assessment. There isn't necessarily something other than you've you know what I'm saying? So the credential gives you the credential that says, yes, I'm certified to be, you know, a welder level, whatever. The certificate may say, yes, I have met the requirements to blah, blah, blah. And then the proof of learning is demonstrating that you understand the information. So not every one of these has something like that tied to it. So a completer is someone, I have completed, if I complete accounting 1 and accounting 2, I am a completer for accounting. So then to add to that to become a cluster completer, then I might add business management 1 and 2. So now I've done 4 in that business pathway. And these kids go on to take the work keys assessment. So, and it's only for seniors. So last year we had 441 seniors across all 3 high schools who took the work keys. And so by increasing the number of students who are completing, right, we're going to increase the number of kids taking work keys. Work keys measures the hard and soft skills relevant to any occupation, any level across all industries. And this is something that employers do look for some of our kids when they go out to get a job.
Right. The way we would want to communicate, I think, that to the public, thank you, Dr. Scott, though, is that we're really doubling down on exactly what you were, I'm sorry, Mr. Hensley.
No, I was just saying, hold tight.
You don't
You
go.
might- you
We're just
don't
trying to
dismiss
double
her
down, I
quite
think,
yet.
exactly what you're saying, preparing them for a field as they come out. And that may not correspond to a certificate or an assessment. It corresponds to in-depth within that cluster of courses. So whether that be construction courses, whether that be finance, whether that be architecture, whatever that may be. You know, we've got, 13 clusters, I think, of courses. I don't know, a number of pathways within
23.
those, 23 pathways within those clusters. They complete 4 in that cluster, they're more prepared for a work environment. They may also have a number of certificates, they may also have a number of other things that would prove that point, but they've created 4 classes and are prepared.
So here's part of my confusion, and here's part of everyone's confusion outside of academia, because I've been saying this since I've been on this board, that we have to make things easier to understand and less jargon and less complexity, whether it's a evaluation, we covered the complexity of that, or this. For example, before I moved down here, I lived in Northern Virginia, Quantico, well, whatever count, Stafford County, and this was in 2000, 2001, and I had friends of mine, in the mid-90s when I lived there, who their children graduated as Cisco certified engineers. To me, that's a certification. And it says when that person graduates, they could get hired as a Cisco certified engineer, or they were a certified C# programmer, or they were a certified HVAC person. So what do we have that's equivalent, that someone is really career ready, whether it's computer security, computer networking, HVAC, or welding?
They're measured in so many different ways. I don't know how you put that into one strategic goal when you're measuring credentials, certificates.
So what do we consider career ready? If I want my child to graduate as a computer networking professional or as a computer programmer, and I turn to Moore County schools, what is considered career ready? What pathway? Where they can walk out and they could go to work for Comfort Temp as an HVAC technician, or they could go to work at First Health as a certified, as a nursing assistant, or they could go to work at a computer company as a security professional.
So if they are a pharmacy tech and they get the pharmacy tech credential, then they are able to go on into pharmacy tech. If they have done the construction core and they've done all the NCCER certifications, they have all the certifications they need for carpentry or masonry, whichever path they choose, to go right into work.
Yeah, so here's my take, fellow board members, is we should not reward, sorry, when it gets difficult for me to speak, it gets difficult for me to think. But anyway, we should not reward our CTE department, not picking on you, or any other department for going through motions. For example, we had a 400% growth in credentials. Well, great, just make all these college-bound students take credential classes because they've already maxed out their classes anyway, and you'll get that. But it didn't produce a single additional career-ready individual, not a single one. What we need to do is the CTE program, we only need to give them credit. They should only get credit when they produce a career-ready graduate, because that's what they should be doing. So somehow we need to sort through credentials, clusters, certifications, pathways, and all this other stuff, and we need to determine what is a career-ready person, because it's my opinion that they shouldn't get credit for being career-ready if that student isn't really career-ready.
Well, if I could offer a little clarification to that,
Yeah.
I would say that the incredible increase in credentials and certifications that we saw from our CTE department wasn't padded. I think these were CTE students that took these and got these, are career technical education students. So I do not believe we were going out and grabbing kids who were some of our high performers just to take a certification.
Just
I understand you
repeat what I
had a
was told.
parent who told you that, and et cetera, but I would say in 98%, 99% of cases,
Yeah.
I don't think that's the case. I also think part of all of our classes that students have a choice whether or not to take, I think are opportunities for our students to explore and to find out, is that something I'm interested in, or is this something I want to end up taking 4 classes of? It might be in performing arts, it might be in some other area that a student doesn't necessarily have to take multiple classes of. It could be in physical education. You know, there's one that's required, but then they might take, you know, the rest of their high school time, they might take them. So there's some of that as well that's involved in that. This is taking a swing at trying to have a measurable, you know, something that we can measure to see that we are making a concerted effort for those students who are involved in a certain pathway to have them work through that pathway at a deeper level and be better prepared for
Yes,
a career,
yes.
which could mean going to Sandhills for 2 years and getting an associate's, or going to getting additional certifications at Sandhills. So that's why I think this was a swing to do that. Is it where we end up? I don't know, but that's what it was an
So
attempt to do.
yes, I would definitely concur that having this based upon pathways is definitely a step in the right direction. I don't know what a career-ready individual is, because academia has made it so difficult that even our director of CTE had to have a cheat sheet. I mean, she had to like flip it over and read on the back because she couldn't remember what some of these terms were, and she's in charge of the program. And then us on the school board or members of industry are supposed to say, what's a career-ready individual? We need to define that, and we need to have, look, this person, when they walk through the door, they don't have to go to Sandhills Community College for 2 years, because that's not what our CTE program should not be a Sandhills Community College preparatory school. It should be graduating career-ready individuals, and we need to find what those pathways are, and we need to make sure that when those students, when they graduate, they no kidding could go work for an HVAC company. They no kidding could go work as a computer networking professional, or whatever their calling is. We need to make sure that they are no kidding career ready, and that's the standard. I mean, that's the way it was in Stafford County in the mid-90s. Those students walked out of there with high-level computer networking credentials, and we need to get there, and we need to challenge ourselves. We need to challenge our CTE department, and we need to challenge our students. And quite frankly, out of those 3 groups, I think our students may be the most up for the challenge.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I had one, and this could have been, Bob, you could have already said this because I was in the bathroom, so I apologize. But did you talk about the F school?
Yeah.
Putting that in there? Okay.
No, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you,
By
Dr.
the way, that
Metcalf,
seems to be a
Dr.
consensus
Scott.
of the board.
Yeah. Our next item is capital projects update. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Baraff is with us to give us an update on where we are with our various capital projects and funding sources. And also, we do have the opportunity to move forward with some additional projects based on local capital funds that are available and state lottery funds that are available. I want to thank Ms. Thompson. She met with to advise and discuss some of this information with John. I want to appreciate you for that. Don't know if there's anything you want to say about this, Ms. Thompson, but before I turn it over to John, but John did look at the first place to go with these funds are the projects that were taken off of the ESSER projects when we revised those budgets. So that's the first place that we're making a recommendation that would go to, plus one additional project. So with that, Madam Chair, have you got anything else you
I
want
don't
to share?
have
Okay.
anything. I think Mr. Baraff will clearly respond and be able to show our board members exactly what's up and where our funding buckets are, where the dollars come from.
Thank you, Chair Thompson, Dr. Locklear. So, good afternoon. When it comes to all the capital projects, as the board's aware, currently we're operating under 4 funding provisions. One of them is our capital outlay. So that's the one that we receive funding monthly from the county as part of their budget approval of capital outlay funds for projects in Moore County schools. Also included in this or anything like we had in the past, sale of school properties, that goes into this fund. And if there's any other miscellaneous items that contribute to that. The other is the ESSER projects. Those are the ones the board's very familiar with, that we've gone through the process to identify what's eligible for those and to set those in place. The other one is the county supplement. They provided about $2.1 million in some projects identified as supplement to their capital outlay for that cycle. And so we have those projects. And then, of course, most recently, we have the funds provided by the county for the modernization of the school gymnasiums through the capital bond sale premiums that they have. So the attached document to this identifies all the projects under each of those categories and kept in kind of orderly so you can easily follow through and see what's there. And that totals just over $22.5 million worth of projects. So that's good news. A lot of funds have come in to enable us to catch up on some of the most delinquent work we needed to do at our schools as part of our annual update to the board regarding needs at our school facilities. So with this, there are 2 funds that we continue to receive additional funding for, and that is our capital outlay and the outlay from the Education Lottery Fund. So the capital outlay, again, grows a little bit with each month the county giving us a portion of the outlay that they have identified in their budget approval. And then the education lottery, they have somewhat quarterly, sometimes it's more than quarterly, kind of catches up maybe the next cycle type funding that is outlaid to Moore County schools for capital needs. So at the current time here, in our capital fund, we have accrued an amount of just over $1.1 million of funds that are available in there. Our North Carolina Education Lottery Fund is just over $3.4 million of available funds. And you may look and go, wow, 3.4 in the lottery. Well, that was purposeful. We had previously geared that fund to grow and to accrue so that the board can discuss possibly using the lottery funds for the next modernization of school gymnasium projects should the board choose to do that, and the funds would be there to begin a project of that sort. So there was a purpose to allow that to accrue, and the 1.1 out of capital is just a natural growth that has happened since the other projects had been approved by the board. So as Dr. Locklear outlined in reviewing where we're at with these projects, one of the recommendations to bring back to the board is a consideration of those projects that were removed from the ESSER approved project list to pay for the retention bonuses to staff. And then also in combining with the lottery, we can cover those costs. So I've identified here what those projects were that were removed and their current budget estimate for them. So these are all projects the board had previously approved to be removed with the addition of Union Pines High School, their gymnasium and locker room renovation, similar to what is identified as needing to be done over at Pinecrest High School. So the total of those projects is just over 4.1 million, and that'll leave about 436,000 in capital outlay funds between our capital or our lottery combination thereof. And that those remaining funds can be applied should there be an escalation on a project, unforeseen condition that may increase the cost for it, or be applied to other project needs that the board may want to consider. So at this point, as Dr. Locklear introduced, I wanted to provide the board with where we were with our funds and the opportunity for projects that the board may want to consider to go ahead and proceed allocating these funds towards and move forward with those projects. So it's a quick introduction there. So if you have any questions, happy to answer anything I can.
And just to mention, on this, there should have been a link, right, John, to show
down at the bottom.
His initial information that he had given us back last year, probably sometime.
That's
Right
the
there.
related document there.
Yeah.
You can open that. Shelley.
But basically, this one capital improvement summary of projects that we have seen over and over that included so many different things, he continues to use this as his guide by completing these projects. And I think we started out with like maybe 38 or something projects that we looked at. It was the tracks and the air condition, all of those things. And so those were our baseline. And now he continues to complete those, add to, and now he's saying with dollars that we have, that he's identified those specific items for us to complete.
I'm a bit confused.
Those were on his executive summary. If you look on his executive summary, those items that has listed there are ones that he's requesting us to approve.
Oh, okay.
So look at his executive
Let me
summary.
to his
Go
executive
back to
summary.
the executive summary.
Yes, that spreadsheet has the 58 projects that
Yeah,
the board has
yeah.
approved and the allocation of funds towards them for that total of 22.5
Yeah.
million. And then with the available lottery and capital funds, there are 8 projects
Right.
that I'm presenting as recommendation for the board to consider, 7 of which came from the ESSER approved projects that the board approved. Those projects, 7 projects were removed to pay for the retention bonus.
Okay.
And we have the funds that we've been able to accrue to put those projects back into place now.
Pinckney isn't on here, the replacement of the HVAC system?
That is under, if you recall, the supplemental county funds have the Ed Center in there, and then the ESSER project is doing the classroom building.
No,
So
no,
the
I'm
ESSER
talking, I'm
project,
talking about the HVAC
HVAC.
system for the offices, that we took off of the, that we took off of the project list, in order to give the bonuses,
For the
which
central
over my
office.
objection.
The central office?
Central,
That's at the very
no,
top.
not the central office, the offices at Pinckney, not the classrooms, but the offices at Pinckney.
the offices at Pinckney were not included in the ESSER plan because the ESSER is restricted to student classrooms only. You could not use ESSER funds for like any administrative buildings or
no,
anything.
I-
So that was funded through the county supplement of that 2.1 million, and it remains there.
Okay, which HVAC system did we take away in order to give the bonuses? Because there was an HVAC system, which we got rid of.
Central office was one
Central
of them.
office, okay.
Sand Hills Farm Life was pulling away the split system replacement of some of those units. The West End Elementary split systems replacement in the gym, cafeteria, and classroom building. And then if you include Cameron, the renovation of that building and their mechanical
So
needs.
now we're going back, taking care of all of those.
Putting all those back in.
Yeah.
John, I have a question. On here it says Vast Lakeview for the HVAC system in Building 5, that was completed. What's Building 5? Is that the gym?
No, Building 5 at Vast Lakeview, that's the small fifth grade, used to be the fifth grade classroom across from the gym,
Okay.
next to the old cafeteria.
So the gym still doesn't have AC in it?
No, it does not.
Because that was in one of our improvements, but I don't see it anywhere on there.
That was identified as part of our presentation on the modernization of gymnasiums at 6 school facilities.
Yeah.
And the order of the projects to maximize the funding available from the county we grabbed at first was Cameron, High Falls, and Westmore. And then we still have Vast Lakeview, Farm Life, and Carthage identified as the other 3.
Okay. But with Cameron, we will do their HVAC in this one, correct? Is that,
No, this is the Exceptional Children's Building
Oh,
at
just the
Cameron,
Exceptional
Children's.
which
Okay.
is
Gym.
behind the auditorium,
okay.
the renovation of that building. Cameron's funded through the bond premium, and on that sheet you're looking at, that's the column
Okay.
furthest to the right there. Down at the bottom, it identifies the 3 gymnasiums.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Let me also ask, are we $399,000 to replace the pavers in the courtyard at Pinecrest? Are you replacing all of those pavers?
Majority of them, because they're uneven and they've led to some trip and fall incidents out there. And so it's to reset the beds for them all and to relay pavers, replace those that are damaged, and set them on a suitable base.
Badly needed. You can't push a wheelchair across there without getting stuck. So our children who are not
Okay.
mobile need help.
David, did you have something?
Yeah, I have a couple questions on the Sand Hills Farm Life item, John. Split systems, those aren't mini splits, are they?
No, they're split heat pumps,
Okay, so they have duct work that you can
Mhm.
set individual thermostats on.
just like what you have at your house.
Yeah, okay. And then, just kind of an editorial comment, the central office air conditioning appears to be working fine today. And all kidding aside,
true.
all kidding aside, I would have more sympathy for the first item on this if it wasn't uncomfortably cold in here this morning. In fact, I looked around and like ladies were wearing sweaters. So I would be more sympathetic towards replacing the HVAC and the effects of increased utility cost if our own boardroom wasn't set uncomfortably cold. Apparently, I assume this isn't the temperature we set our schools at, where people have to wear sweaters indoors in the summer. Is that correct?
No, we are battling the systems here on especially hot, humid days where we have to overcool to try to create a comfortable environment. If you go above the ceiling here and look left to right,
For
you'll see
condensation.
daylight. It's not a well-insulated building. We have ductwork running through an uninsulated space, so we have to overcompensate for certain conditions. And it would, in the end, any work would come with savings, obviously, in utilities and making a better functioning system.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you so much, John.
You're welcome.
Next, we're moving on to child nutrition equipment quotes. Dr. Locklear.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Baraff is here. These are 2 items that came in over $50,000 are paid from our ESSER funds. And John will present on them, and this comes to my recommendation for approval. John?
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. So these are projects that were identified as part of the ESSER plan. You'll recall there was over $600,000 identified to replace failing equipment in our school kitchens. They've been going through and replacing items, and some items do come over $50,000, and so we want to bring them to the board for approval. We have two items today to present to you. One is for double serving line at West Pine Middle School. Quotes were sent, requests for quotes were sent out, and in the process, they received two back. One from Singer for just over $70,000, and then United for just over $68,000. Both of these are vendors that the district has worked with over the past and have proven to be reputable, but United appears to be the lowest responsive and responsible bidder for the items, and is recommended to award the request to them for the serving line. The other one was for the installation of a cooler and freezer combination. This is to go in at Northmore High School. There are two that also replied to that request, Singer and United again. Singer was just over $57,000, while United was just over, Singer was just over $57,000, and United just over $50,000. So United, again, in this case, is the lowest responsible bidder, and as such is recommended for the cooler freezer to be awarded to them. Again, this is within the identified budget for the component parts of the ESSER funding regarding child nutrition equipment replacement, and it remains within the budget that the board had approved. And if you have any questions regarding this.
Anyone have, Bob?
Yeah. We had $2.4 million in our cafeteria fund. Why is this coming from ESSER funds?
It had previously been identified and approved by the board for that, and the ESSER funds do qualify for kitchen equipment in there, and that was a plan previously approved by the board. So we were just following through the execution of that at the time.
But
if I could
now,
chime in.
at the time, we didn't
We-
know
yeah.
that there was $2.4 million.
At the time, we may have only had $1 million in the
Right.
lunch program. So actually, if I could chime in here,
Okay.
Bob, you know, really, this shows, and Mr. Barath, this has nothing to do with you, but this shows, at a time when we were building up over $2 million in our nutrition program, in that fund balance, and it was undisclosed to us, but the central office knew about it. And you know, in the past, I've used the word hoodwinked, and I'm gonna use that word again, because this is where, as a board member, we might feel a bit hoodwinked, because we had this previously undisclosed multi-million-dollar fund balance in our nutritional program, undisclosed over $2 million fund balance. And then we were presented a list of needs that we could spend our ESSER funds on. And yes, cafeteria, you know, stuff like this could be included, but we as a board made decisions on ESSER funds which could have been spent on a much broader thing, such as learning loss or tutors or second grade, whatever, assistance, right? Instead, this $2 million plus reserve fund was kept undisclosed to us for whatever reason, and we took money that could have been spent on learning loss to spend on cafeteria funds. So this is an example of how I, as a board member, feel hoodwinked, because I would have made a different decision. I would have spent money that that was earned on the back of our cafeteria workers. By the way, the first thing I would have done is, instead of giving those cafeteria workers a $75 per week bonus, why, we were giving teachers a $25 per hour bonus, which was the proposal. I would have returned some of that money back to the people upon whose backs it was earned. But then I certainly, after taking care of our classified staff, then I would have turned to and bought equipment with that, because that's all you can do with that, or give away free lunches. Where this money is much more, where the ESSER funds, we have much more flexibility. So at a bare minimum, I think at our business meeting, we need to spend our food money on this, which will free up ESSER funds, which are more, have less restrictions on them.
Right, we can still do it, because we haven't spent the money,
Well,
so we can take the money out of the school,
And we need,
pot,
and
out
we
of
need,
the lunch pot.
and we should identify any previously approved projects that have not yet had the funds expended, such as if we have air conditioning projects or something that have been previously approved, and we should look at shifting our more restricted funds to that. And then it'll free up ESSER funds that we could have more flexibility with. Again, Mr. Brown, nothing to do with you, it was a board decision, but I think we would have made a separate decision if we'd have known about this previously undisclosed food fund balance.
So it sounds as though this item will definitely be an action item on Monday, with nothing more possibly, Dr. Locklear, than to redirect funding, a funding source.
Yes, ma'am. If the board makes a motion that that be spent out of our fund balance and child nutrition services, it can be spent on that. We'll
Okay.
verify that before we come back on Monday, but that would be my understanding, based on my understanding how it
Okay.
works.
It can be.
If the board votes in that direction, then we will do that,
Okay,
and then redirect the ESSER funding in another way.
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Dr. Locklear, wouldn't it be, I mean, if it's possible, because I mean, I think you probably agree, if it's possible to get this money out of the child nutrition fund, wouldn't that be a better place? I mean, what I'm asking you to do is between now and next Monday to think about it. I'm not asking you to make a
Right.
decision or say
So we're
anything
gonna
right
vote,
now.
we're gonna vote on Monday.
Yeah.
He's gonna research whether it's allowed, whether
Yeah.
it's permissible.
Yeah,
Yes.
but also whether you might agree with taking it out of this other fund.
I'd be
as well.
happy to look into that,
Yeah.
reflect on that, and then think about how, some of these funds might be reallocated to another project in ESSER. So I'll be happy to reflect on that. Yes, sir, Mr.
Okay,
Lee.
So
thank you.
that would come back again as a voting item. It wouldn't be on
Yeah,
consent.
and if I could add,
Oh.
please look for other things that we may have approved that the funds haven't yet been spent on.
And Dr. Locklear, I was just gonna add to that, when does our ESSER funds run out? Like, how long do we have till we can spend it, or do we have a limited amount?
ESSER 2 is the September 2023, ESSER 3 is
2023.
September 2024.
Okay, so we're,
Yeah. Okay, so next we have out-of-state field trips that we want to talk about. Dr. Locklear.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Powers has come in and briefed the board. We have 6 requests for out-of-state field trips, a few to DC, and also a Nashville trip and an FFA national convention. So, Dr. Powers.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Yeah. After a hiatus from out-of-state field trips, they are back. So as Dr. Locklear said, so we have 6 this month for your consideration. 4 are to DC, all related to supporting the curriculum. Also 1 to Nashville for a performance opportunity for Union Pines Band, and 1 FFA National Convention for Northmore. But I'm just going to go through briefly and just hit each one. Westmore is requesting that their 7th and 8th grade students be allowed to travel to Washington, D.C. in support of their middle grade social studies curriculum. As a part of this trip, students will learn and experience United States history through visits to museums, monuments, and other local historical sites. The trip for Westmore is planned this spring, March 29th through 31st.
Okay, any questions?
On that one, okay. Southern Middle School is requesting that 8th grade students be allowed to travel to Washington, D.C. in support of their 8th grade social studies curriculum. Again, as a part of this trip, they'll be going to visit museums, monuments, other local historical sites, and their trip is planned for the same dates, March 29th through 31st this spring. Pinecrest High School is requesting the first of 2 trips for Pinecrest to D.C. Is requesting that 10th, 11th, and 12th grade social studies students be allowed to travel to D.C. as a part of this trip. Students will be visiting again museums, monuments, historical sites, and this is related directly to support coursework in civic literacy, AP US government, American history, and AP US history, as well as world history, and that trip is planned for November, so the quickest of the trips, that would be November 9th through the 13th. The second Pinecrest trip is for their senior Air Force Junior ROTC Aerospace Science Cadets to be allowed to travel to D.C. This is a capstone event for seniors to reinforce what America represents and their responsibilities as citizens, and again will include visits to the Smithsonian, White House, Congress, Pentagon, and Arlington. Union Pines trip is requesting that their concert band students be allowed to travel to Nashville, Tennessee. This experience will provide students the opportunity to perform at a public venue in Nashville, and then also to meet curricular performance standards. In addition, while in Nashville, they'll learn about the recording and music industry as a part of the trip as they visit several music-related venues around the city. And that trip is again planned for the spring, April 13th through 16th. Finally, Northmore is requesting that members of their FFA introductory horticulture team be allowed to travel to Indianapolis, Indiana to participate in the National FFA Convention. These 4 students finished first in the state competition and now have the opportunity to participate and compete at the national level. And that trip is coming up quickly, October 25th through 29th.
Questions? Thank you. Next, we will move to our item E, amended new exceptional children's contracts for services 22 to 23. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Cooper has rejoined us for this item, and I didn't do a proper introduction of Ms. Cooper, but this is the first meeting Marcy has been representing us as the Director for Exceptional Children's Program. So we're happy to have Marcy in that role and appreciate her leadership. This item is for amended contracts that we previously brought to the board in May, but because of additional students with specific needs, because of not being able to find staffing in certain areas, we're needing to amend these contracts. So I'm going to let Ms. Cooper and Dr. Powers, I believe, walk through this item. This is for recommendation. It comes with my recommendation that we amend these contracts and move forward.
Yes, sir. Appreciate that, Dr. Locklear. And as he said, we are bringing, you probably remember in May, we brought a number of these contracts. A few of these are amendments to the contracts that we brought in May, and a couple are new contracts. Not knowing what you're going to receive over the summer. We do have new students, new medically fragile students who have some one-to-one nursing requirements. We have some additional staffing issues that we didn't know about at the time in terms of speech-language pathologists, and new students who need sign language interpretation. So appreciate Ms. Cooper being here to share more about what we need with these contracts.
Okay. So we will go one by one with the different contracts for maximum staffing. In May, the request was for $60,000. We're asking to double that one because we've gotten another student that needs the one-on-one nursing services during the day. And then to make it very confusing, there is also maximum health care. And that one we are asking for $51,000 for a student who also requires one-to-one nursing services that has, this student was coming back after COVID. We have had a lot of difficulty filling our speech language pathology positions.
I have a question.
Okay.
Why is it Moore County Schools' responsibility to provide medical care? Why is that not, say, the Department of Health responsibility or Department of Health and Human Services, or do they pay for it via Moore County Schools? And let me explain something. I understand the need to provide an education, right? But why do we have to provide the medical care?
I think we have to provide them to have safety while they're at school. It's my understanding that that's our responsibility.
It becomes part of what IDA, IEP requires. So, and you see, we do get some funding that we're paying for this with, but it's something that we're required to do based on what the federal law requires us to provide for special education students. But I get your question. I understand where it's coming from.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, look, I sound basic education required by the North Carolina Constitution. I would like more information on this, Dr. Locklear. I just don't accept that's the answer, that we have to provide a dedicated nurse when there's a Department of Health and Human Services. There's all kinds of departments who provide medical stuff. Why do we become the medical provider? It's something to talk to the board attorney about or research the federal law. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not what we have been doing, but, you know, someone's got to ask the question.
Sure. We can work on that.
And I
get you
can
that
do more
answer.
research on that as well.
We can do more research, and the best answer I can give you at this point is that we're required to offer what's called a free and appropriate public education in the least restrictive setting. And so sometimes that requires special staffing or one-on-one staffing or that kind of thing based on the IEP process. That's very costly, but is what is needed for that kid. That's the best answer I can give you right now, but we can look into to policy, statute, law, and we can consult with our attorney if needed to get you some more information.
Well, let me echo that one further. I get the idea that we have to provide one-on-one. That's quite common in a lot of schools. But for that one-on-one to be a licensed nurse,
Right.
which
That's
comes with
right.
its additional cost and providing medical, I mean, I'm trying to imagine what type of disability would require 24-hour nursing, and we would have to provide 8 hours of the nursing each school day, as opposed to simply having a one-on-one aid.
In the presence, or having one-on-one in the presence of a medical provider that's provided via what provides it 18 hours a day for the other 5 days a week, and presumably 24 hours a day on Saturday and Sunday. I mean, I assume there's something else in place.
I can give you an example. These particular students have trach tubes in, which requires a nurse to be there all the time in the event that their tube were to become clogged or something would happen and they would immediately not be able to breathe. So it requires it requires a nurse to be there to be able to perform that if needed.
We can get more information on the legality of it and what we're required to
This
do.
might be a closed session topic too. I just generally speaking, you guys understand that I'm a big believer that we have a Department of Health and Human Services. We have we have all these departments that are supposed to provide these services. But whether it's, us doing contact tracing during COVID, when I go to Department of Health meetings and they say they have medical professors, they had people there that had nothing to do during COVID. They're happy that they finally have something to do. Well, the Department of Health and Human Services should have been doing our contact tracing, not us doing it. So I am very sensitive as to, why these other agents, they don't drive our school buses. Why are we doing their health care for them, as an example? So I think we need to look at who pays for what here.
Yes, and and you're correct, if we got into any student identifiable information, we would
Right.
need to have that discussion in closed session, you're exactly right. But we definitely can dig into this and share a little more information back out.
Not that I'm not sympathetic to the plight, I just, who's supposed to pay for this? And why is it coming out of education funds rather than healthcare funds via the Department of Health and Human Services? Or private insurance or whatnot?
Okay. I'll do some more research on that with Dr. Locklear.
I mean, quite frankly, let's say, and this is a hypothetical, say it's my child where I could pay for that nurse versus an indignant parent. I mean, is the taxpayers expected to pay for someone like me who could pay for that health care? Or maybe I had private insurance that paid for it, but I didn't want to spend the, additional $100. Why should the taxpayer pick that up? I just think there's other options other than just, oh gosh, we got to pay this $100,000, which would hire 2 teachers, And this is a 2-teacher equivalent deal. We're hiring a full-time nurse to stand there and look at a tracheal tube.
We'll get you some more information.
Okay,
and
thank
get-
you.
yep. Mhm.
Might I ask, as you're going on, that money from the federal grant could not be used to hire another teacher? That's
Correct.
That's grant-specific money for a child
For
with
EC
special
services.
needs.
Well, but,
Yeah.
okay,
And that's
so,
why we
so
have
fair
it.
enough. Do we get reimbursed this 100%? Is this is the idea grant 100%? reimbursement?
Of the 51,000, I mean, that fully comes out of the grant.
It
Yes.
does.
So we get.
Comes out of
we-
different parts of the grant, and when I talk about the speech therapist, I'll talk about how we braid those funds so that they go further.
So we get reimbursed 100% for this healthcare on a case-by-case basis. So we have two more children, two more students who need this, so the federal government gives us an additional $102,000 for those two teachers.
So there are different pools that you can pull from. After the 10th day, well, it's due by the end of this month, we'll figure out who our risk pool children are. And those are the students that require 2 and 3 different services for them. And so they get pulled out of that risk pool money, and that's at 100%.
Wait, that risk pool is 100%. So we get reimbursed 100% for what we spend on those children.
I believe so, yes.
For their special services.
For the special services.
Yeah.
But could that be used for other children for special services? In other words, is it a pool of money that can be used?
Is it a fixed amount? Is it the same size pie? It's just how you're gonna divide it up?
No, it's not the same
It's an
size pie.
expanding pie. Is that
Well,
your
it depends
question?
on
Yeah, that's a
who-
question, sure.
Yeah, that's
You
my
know,
question.
we may-
That was my question.
We may go, several years and not have a student that needs one-to-one nursing, and then we may have a year where we have 3.
Okay, and then that
So-
pie goes from non-existent to a 3-student pie.
Well, there is a limit, but I'm learning about that, and we'll do the best I
Fair enough.
can.
Fair enough.
Mhm.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
So,
Ms.
well,
Cooper, it
put it
might
to
be
this way.
well,
Go
because I
ahead.
know Mr. Levy has visited, but I don't know, Mr. Hensley, have you had a chance to visit one of the classrooms with the exceptional children who are the very fragile children?
I've
You'd
seen
be-
them at other schools, but not here.
I was gonna say, it might be worth visiting to see just how extreme some of the students' needs actually are.
Oh, I'm not,
And I'm just saying, so that when we say, oh, yes, it's a one-to-one nursing services thing, we realize, oh my gosh, they're living with this all the time.
I'm not.
And the
again-
services are truly needed.
Again, I was very clear not to say, I was not questioning the need for the services. I was questioning the source of the funding and why we would use educational funds versus medical funds. But
So-
we'll find out
so-
where the funding really comes from.
So the big thing is, if we don't have to take it away from other students,
We don't.
and it's not our money, it's federal money that wouldn't come to us but for this need for this student, then that's okay.
Right.
We're just,
Correct.
we're just looking at using the funds for all the students as opposed to just one student, but if it's federal money and it doesn't have to be taken away from any other student, then no problem.
Correct.
All right, so the next one is for speech language pathologist. We're lacking 4 at the beginning of the summer, despite really trying to find those 4 within Moore County schools. We have not been able to do so. And so we are asking to adjust our contracts with Soliant Health and then create one with Sunbelt. We have tried to find the people that have reasonable rates and have piece together some of our therapy, not for students. Students will have a consistent therapist and their therapy will be consistent. However, we may have 3 different therapists going into an elementary school to provide that therapy. But again, it would stay consistent for the student. And then finally is a request for an additional interpreter because we have added students to Moore County schools that are in need of an interpreter.
Is this a full-time interpreter that we employ?
I'm sorry?
Is this a full-time interpreter that we employ?
It's one that is contracted through a contract
okay.
agency, the All-American Interpreters for the Deaf. But it is for an interpreter that would stay with that student and interpret through the day.
Oh, I see, okay.
Any other questions? Thank you. Next, we have approval of contract to refresh grades 2 through 5 devices. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just information on the recommended contract to move forward with purchasing devices for grades 2 through 5. We discussed this last month as part of the ESSER budget revision, the need behind this, and the recommendation to do this. And so this is the actual contract to move forward. We purchase these and get these moving and in place for our students in our schools. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Powers and Mr. Eck.
Yep, and that is correct. So what we would be seeking to do would be purchase 2,945 devices, which would ensure a 1-to-3 student to device ratio in grade 2 and a 1-to-1 ratio in grades 3 through 5. As we have shared previously, our current devices in these grades had a Google support end date of June of 2022, and at this point, those devices could cease to operate at any point. So again, we're seeking to make an outright purchase of these devices for approximately $1.1 million through our ESSER funds.
By the way, was this the same thing that you said you were gonna lease and save $40,000 on? Do you remember what I'm talking about?
The purchase, the purchase was gonna save money versus the lease.
No, you said the lease was going to.
The other way around.
Purchasing
We're
would be
saving
less
40 by
expensive than-
purchasing, and we're seeking to outright purchase.
No, but you presented it to us, it was either the last month or the month before. Right, and you said that you wanted to lease, and the lease would save us $40,000.
No,
To which I wrote to Dr. Locklear that the lease, when we present valued the money, would actually cost us more.
No,
And I'm wondering whether this was the result of that.
no, this is an outright purchase. What we had proposed in the ESSER budget update was for an outright purchase. And because we are not paying interest from a lease, the savings that we identified in the last time that we presented this with the budget update for the ESSER, that savings was a purchase versus a lease. So there wasn't a savings from leasing, there was a savings for an outright purchase.
So,
Do you remember it the way I'm?
I remember it was originally a lease, and then the last meeting
if I
it
could
was
offer-
discussed, it went from a lease to a purchase, and the savings was converting it from a lease to a purchase. That's my
Okay.
Yes.
recollection.
And originally, it was a lease purchase prior to the digital learning fund being eliminated, and we backed off and looked for a different approach to provide these for our schools, which, I'm sorry I misunderstood what you sent me, Mr. Levy. I would have offered more clarity at that point. Yes, this is for an outright purchase, which does give you some savings from the finance charge you pay for in a lease.
Okay, and next we're.
Okay, all right. But if you were to lease it, okay, did you look at the present value of the money that you're using? Do you understand what I'm talking about? Now I understand the question that I should have asked. In other words, we're pushing money up front, at about $1 million, right? If, what is our lease interest rate, do you know?
It's approximately 2.6%.
2.6%.
Approximately, I wouldn't
Okay,
quote
now I remember the letter. Inflation is at about 10%, okay? So that over 5 years, if you present value the money, it still seems to be more economical to lease. Do you understand what I'm talking about? Because you're only paying 2%, and inflation is 10% or 9%. So by delaying the payment of your money over 5 years, paying it with less expensive dollars, you are actually saving more money in the lease than the purchase. Was that considered?
Well, I would say that would be based on the assumption that the inflation is going to stay at that rate, continuing over the 4-year period, and also based on the assumption that we would get additional funds to account for the inflation, that if to account for the lease, so.
And the ESSER funds wouldn't be available in
Correct.
5 years, so.
Mr. Eklund, do you remember what the cost of the items were to lease? Do you had it for us, but
Well, for the 36, we reduced the number of devices. So the original lease purchase was for 3,600 devices as opposed to 2,900.
right.
So the actual cost of the lease, I could do some quick back of a napkin calculation here.
I know you shared
Yeah.
that, and overall, at the end of the day, it was better for just an outright purchase
Yeah,
versus,
actually, yeah, I mean,
versus the lease.
right. You would be talking about an additional, I think, was it on the executive summary?
It was
Previously, yeah.
Yeah.
It was approximately
Okay.
50,000.
Okay.
I think 50 or 54,000.
Is that something that you would like for them to send you an email on, Bob, so that you can see?
I would like to know, because I'm gonna
Okay.
bet you
Okay,
that inflation over the next 5 years is gonna be much more than 2.9%.
yeah.
It's just going to
Um,
be. And I think what
Doc,
we're
can you
doing
just
is we're
send-
bailing out their bank.
Except,
Um,
we're using, we've already
You're right.
approved this, correct?
Right.
We've approved the purchase of these computers
Yes.
already.
But you've
Not
approved
the lease
the-
of them, but the purchase of them, correct?
That's
Using
correct.
ESSER
The
funds.
ESSER
And all we're
reality-
doing is approving this particular bid
Correct.
to
Right.
purchase them.
Correct.
We've already done this.
Yeah, yeah.
So we're going back and
All I'm doing
redigging.
is suggesting that it's a way to save money, is to hold them to that lease. Because the reason why, I guess we would save the 40, if you take 10% of $1 million, that's $100,000. It's real, in 1 year, you're talking about money being devalued, $1 million being devalued $100,000. So you're saving $40,000, what you're really doing is losing about $60,000.
Just curious, why did you not mention that in August when we approved this?
I actually mentioned it, actually thought about it after we had that meeting, and then I sent Dr. Locklear a letter, an email, talking about this. And Dr. Locklear said that he would talk to it with the team. I'm not talking about not getting the devices, okay, although I had some misgivings about that. But I'm talking about just the better way
The
to
better way
proceed.
to purchase.
I'm just,
Well-
just the better way to proceed.
So Dr. Locklear, if you could just follow back up and just send a note out as far as what we got back at last month, because it was all broken down of what the lease cost was and the interest versus what the 1.099 million is. That would be great.
Yes, ma'am. I'll make sure we
Next,
review that
did you
information.
have something, David?
I do,
Okay.
yes. So I think we really should. I think in light of our latest report cards on our schools and our continued declining performance, I think that we should have a renewed discussion on the roles of having Chromebooks on a 1-to-1 ratio in grades 3 through 5 at the expense of other things that we could spend our money on. In fact, I hear so much about evidence-based this and evidence-based this. I would like to see a timeline of when we implemented when Moore County Schools made this big, we're gonna run technology all the way down to the lower schools at the expense of textbooks. And I would like to see that graphed against our reading scores. And whether, once we decided that we would do all this great, well, we don't need textbooks, we'll have Chromebooks, and everybody can do their homework and do their reading on, you can curl up in the bathtub with your Chromebook, or you can curl up in bed with your Chromebook, or you can, I would like to see when we implemented this and kind of the getting rid of textbooks correlated with our reading scores and the scores of our schools. So yes, I think we should restart this discussion.
Okay. We'll have this then as a vote and an action item for next Monday. Next, we will have adoption of revised 2022-23 calendar for Southern Middle School. Dr. Locklear.
Yes, ma'am. We have Principal Sean Krasicki joining us, Ms. Stewart as well, from Southern Middle School, Sean from Southern Middle School. This is a request from the school, and Dr. Metcalf will take us through this, and Sean and Heather, but a request from Southern Middle School to do something different with their calendar in the beginning in January. And this Southern Middle School is one of our restart schools, and this is one of the flexibilities that they're taking a swing at, is looking at how they can add instructional hours to their calendar beginning in January, and then use those additional hours to do something strategic with some of their students who need the most support. In addition to that, using some of that time also for their teachers to work on being prepared as they can to do the best job they can with their students. So that's a very high-level summary of it, but I'll let Dr. Metcalf, Mr. Krasicki, talk about this request and for your consideration. And it does come with my recommendation. Mike?
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Yes, I've got the stars with me to end the day here today. Mr. Krasicki from Southern Middle School, as you know, they're a restart school, so they have a lot of flexibility. As Dr. Locklear mentioned, one of those is the ability to have calendar flexibility that our other schools don't necessarily have. They have. Heather works closely with our restart schools, so I asked Ms. Stewart to be here if there were any questions about that flexibility or restart in general. And Mr. Krasicki is going to kind of lead us through the request that's coming to us from his school improvement team, from his staff, from his parents.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. The drive for this really was to, over the summer, coming into the school and trying to get a handle on what the flexibilities are, what this restart definition is, and trying to maximize that. So this is one piece of that in a hope that we can just throw everything we possibly can. Southern Middle School, I believe, is poised to have some growth, and we want that growth. With the transition of the administration, there's an opportunity just to kind of spark and feed that potential. And looking with the school improvement plan this summer and with the administration team, we really kind of dialed this down to the most basic thing. What is it about school improvement that is the most effective? And the biggest shift for administrators and teachers to actually do is to just, instead of what you teach as the variable, you make time the variable. That's the magic thing that DeFore talked about, and it spread like wildfire. Fire. Now we have PLC process and everything else. It really is just making time the variable. So how do you do that? You extend the school day. You have after-school tutoring. You have Saturday schools. We're trying to implement as many of those things as possible with our Title I and Restart funds. But an additional approach, because having Saturday schools and after-school tutoring doesn't capture all of our students. You can't make it compulsory for teachers to teach then, and you can't make it compulsory for students to come, and you can get as many as you possibly can, but as I heard you guys talking earlier, over the summer you just can't compel all the students who are required to come as easily. So we really reached, what do we need here? And we decided what we really need is some opportunities to really target students and have the time to target them. And in addition, and particularly this year, with challenges for staffing, we have more newer teachers than ever who may need particular support. We really looked at, okay, so what do we want to do here? We want to dedicate time. Well, how do we capture the time? We start by adding time to the school day, and then banking that time, and then spending that time strategically over 4 different days, one of which is a half day already, but turning that into one of our flexible days, in which 20 to 25% of the most academically at-risk students would attend school for 3.5 hours, and we would be able to target them. There's two advantages there. One is smaller group with highly effective teachers, and in speaking with Dr. Metcalf and Donna over with the C&I team, we could flood them with the C&I specialists as well on those days. And this would allow not only those teachers to be influential with those students for a very long and targeted period of time, but also let some of my beginning teachers either co-teach, observe, or just have some flexibility to really absorb best practices in a very unique way. If we scroll down, there's specific days. We tried our best to align this with the calendar that matches a calendar right now. The unique days would be the 22nd of February, the 24th of March is already an early release day. We would just convert that into what we're calling a flexible day. And then the April 26th and also May 17th. So we would bank 3.71 days, and we would use 3.5 days in this strategic way.
I would note, looks like we've got some different dates on the executive summary. Yeah. So we've got a typo one place or the other, so we gotta correct that. Yeah, we'll update.
The dates don't really matter except to them.
Correct.
Anyway.
We'll revise
They
that.
they do matter, but yeah, the
If it
spirit,
matters to you, it
spirit
doesn't
of,
matter to
yeah,
us.
the spirit of the plan is the same, yes,
Yes.
sir. The spirit of the plan is the same, yeah. I mean, if I had my way, I would want to implement this immediately and start in October, but this is a compromise. We have to communicate this out. We need, of course, board approval, and so, this is where we stand right now.
By the way,
I've got it.
So,
you're
Doctor,
doing something, this is fantastic.
We should have done that with Marcy Cooper too. She was just in here. She was at Southern Middle last year.
so Dr. Krasinski, on to a parent who has a child at your school, how does this look to them?
Well, I haven't done a broad spectrum of parents yet because I don't have board approval and it's in this very beginning stages. Is this plan viable before I go overly communicating it? But I did talk to the PTA and I talked to a few parents that I'd already connected with over the summer in the first week of school or so. And there's support. It's a positive support. I think that the community sees and feels that we're trying to make some adjustments to improve the school. I could see a 6th grade parent being concerned about supervision. And there's also, if we had sports that day, there's no games that day. We've tried to work around some of that. There's a few little pieces that we'd have to work around, but we're still providing the students breakfast and lunch. We're still making sure that all the classified staff, including the bus drivers, would have a complete day. And I think there'd be a small enough number of parents with a specific need that we could manage that.
Okay, so as far as drop off, pick up, you don't foresee any type challenges with any of the parents for those particular days?
Well, the buses, there is no challenge. We've already, well, there's always a challenge with buses in 2022, but
No additional challenges.
no additional challenges. When I talked to Mr. Anderson, he said this would actually help us on that given day in terms of managing their time. Leaving a little bit later is, yeah, we capture the 15 minutes. Sorry, I went a little fast. This has
Right.
been burned into my head for a while. We'd start 5 minutes earlier in the day, which isn't a major imposition on the bus, and we would end the day 10 minutes later, starting January 4th, not the end of the semester, but actually as soon as we get back, yeah, as soon as I felt that we could start, that would be acceptable to the board and to the parents is when we're starting. So it's a few weeks before the end of the semester. And like I said, this is a comprehensive plan. In addition to this, we are also using some Title I or Restart money, a combination of it, to have 2 Saturday schools the 2 weeks prior to each quarter. to provide additional support for students. And also, we put funding in to do 3 days a week after-school tutoring for 30 weeks. So there's a 36-week school year. And so this is just part of a comprehensive plan to capture as many of the students who need intervention as possible.
David, you had a question.
I am so happy to see innovation.
I am too.
Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you.
I have a couple logistical questions, just not logistical isn't the right word, but compliance. So what we're doing, just if I could re-summarize this, is we're putting an additional 15 minutes on each school day next semester, so that during that semester, on these 4 days, the only people that'll be in class are the targeted interventions, right? Everyone else who's not targeted will get that day off out of school, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the students that don't need targeted intervention, they'll have the same amount of school time. They're just doing it 15 minutes more. And granted, that's obvious. I just wanted to restate that to make sure it's clear. So this targeted intervention, that cannot be compulsory, right? It's kind of like summer school, or can it be?
That's a good question. I thought of it as compulsory.
Okay.
It's part of the school day, right?
The attendance requirements would apply on those particular.
So this could be, this is compulsory?
We would, that would be our messaging.
So here's how I see this. So I haven't, like I said, the dream would have been to have started this already, but since it doesn't,
Right.
so now here's plan B.
Yeah.
September, can have a conversation with the students, say, listen, young man, this isn't going the way it needs to go. I need you to do
Right.
X, Y, Z. There's
Yep.
gonna be, some tutoring after school. If they don't make that, there's these Saturdays. If they don't make that, then this all could lead to this time where you actually are compelled to come, and we capture 14 hours, additional hours. If you have 3.5 hour sessions times 4 days, we capture that's a lot of time to have maybe 4 or 5 students with you in a classroom. And so that's the spirit of this, to try to capture it, and hopefully you can catch these folks along the way, so that if you, in the second semester, you're really talking about students that try their best and still need additional support, as opposed to students who are maybe just not putting in the full effort. In either event, we're trying to find all these different guardrails to capture students along the way, so that we give our school the best chance to move
Right.
from our.
Exactly.
Oh, I'm not finished. The nice thing about this is those enrichment intervention days are during the normal school day, so they really don't have an excuse to not attend.
Exactly.
I mean, so that's handy. A couple other things, real quick. Just some other things while you're thinking outside the box. Bob has something that he might want to cover really briefly about students scoring below a certain level, not getting enrichment classes. You know, they're doing reading, writing, arithmetic until they're proficient in that. And then once they demonstrate grade level proficiency, then they can go on to their enrichment classes. You know, they're going to do basics until they master the basics, the fundamentals. And then, of course, they can participate in extracurricular activities and sports, because, you know, that's got important character and leadership development. So that's kind of Bob's idea that I paraphrased and stole from him. Something else to consider for low-performing students is, unfortunately, you know, people like to talk subgroups and, you know, low social economic and this and that. Look, it's not the fact that someone's poor that makes them a poor learner. Unfortunately, it is generally their family situation. You know, it's broken homes and lack of a father. You know, people don't want to talk about that, but that's the unfortunate reality. So it seems, I have always thought that we need to find a way for children who are failing at school to encourage them to participate in leadership and role mentoring, you know, role model and mentoring things, whether it's scouting programs or FFA or whatnot, that really can in some way help provide what's missing at home. Anyway, so when you're running these things through your head, I've always thought, you know, my friend Clarence Henderson and I went and visited some inner city schools in Charlotte before COVID, and looked at some things they were doing, and, they were always, oh, we're gonna add an hour to the end of the school, and it's like, great, that's not what the kid wants. And I kind of walked away thinking, wouldn't it be great if they spent an hour in scouting or, something like that? That's not school, but it teaches those things that a person needs to know. So anyway, you have the flexibility with the Restart School, and I'm glad you're seeing it, and I think there's good ideas, I think there's solutions out there.
And we definitely appreciate your thinking outside the box type method coming in with fresh eyes and able to just take a look to see what the urgent need is. And so I would say that you're planning on starting this after the holidays.
January 4th.
In January. So as you get this up and going, then Dr. Locklear and Dr. Metcalf, we may be able to model this and go to Aberdeen and Robbins.
Replicate.
And I mean, we're inventing the wheel. So this may be something that Moore County Schools, again, has an opportunity to excel in.
We could see this in conjunction with Aberdeen. If you have some older siblings, we could
Yes.
time it so that the older siblings would be at home when
Yes.
when those siblings weren't. You could coordinate this in a longer range strategy for sure to work together, certainly with the feeder schools like Aberdeen and Southern Middle for sure.
And it is an awesome opportunity to really target our children prior to the end of school year, before the testing and all, to really focus in and help them and provide that special attention to them. So kudos to you for bringing this to the table and trying to do something different. Now, I know you just can't wait.
You're right. Well, what I'm thinking of, I underlined Robbins and Aberdeen Elementary. Have you talked, or can you talk with the principals of Robbins and Aberdeen Elementary and see if the three of you can do it together? Because your school is actually doing a bit better. But this is something that we really need at Robbins and Aberdeen Elementary, because if it works, it may help to take these schools out of the doldrums. And if we wait to see whether it just works at your school, well, then we're already waiting into next year. And with those F schools, we need innovation now. So is it possible for you to talk to Mr. Poole and the principal at Aberdeen Elementary, or have one of our administrators do that, and see if you can't three of them do it together?
I think Ms. Stewart's maybe in charge of that.
That's a wonderful question. Is this on? It's been a discussion already as of last year and into this year, and the consideration was thinking about the professional learning that is occurring with letters already, and the multiple days in which we're using for professional learning and not having students in school to provide that training. In addition, would be difficult, and so we're thinking about how it's going to be implemented well at Southern Middle. Think about what it looks like for tutoring for students as well as professional learning for teachers, and how to really capitalize on all of that. So thank you for that question, because it's already been in the discussion.
Well, I mean, and what is the answer? You know, I know the question. We've got kids at two failing schools, and we've got to do something about it now because these kids aren't getting any younger.
Amen. I would say that the answer to your question is yes, that conversation will continue. And when our both Robbins and Aberdeen will be presenting their school improvement plans, their low performance school improvement plans to the board and going into details. And there'll be information and details as to what they're doing right now and what we're gonna do in concert with them in support of them to help. And so that's all, that, the short answer to your question is yes, sir. That conversation will continue. The longer answer is, we will be bringing back more information about what we're doing with those schools as we move forward.
Madam Chair, I have one other
Go ahead.
of a safe round. So, these 4 days, those were scheduled work days, or some of those were school days? You mentioned it, but I forgot.
The March 24th,
Yeah.
the second one, I don't know, I must have put,
So
one
it's
of those
so
is
it's a
wrong.
mixture.
The March date is an early release day. So what I'm proposing to do is for our school only, to make that one of these days. So you're actually only having the day for the students. We're already gonna get an early release, and now it's not a full day. The other 3 days were just school days. These are just straight school days
Okay.
that we're now converting to these intervention flexible days.
So I have a concern, and as a small business owner, right, not everyone can take off during the middle of the week because their child's off of school and they need to stay home. And we should find something else to do with those other students if possible. I'm not saying that we're babysitters, but I'm saying that there's gonna be parents that have challenges maybe. And if it was a group of high schoolers, I got a clearer idea in my head what you could do. You could have a lecture or something, maybe, but I don't know what you do with a group of middle schoolers as some sort of enrichment thing. It's just a challenge for the parents, and I'm not saying that is the only concern, but it is a concern.
Off the top of my head, we could offer an opportunity maybe for an open gym or something to capture an additional 40 or 50 students who showed a daycare need. I think the 6th grade is really that age that would be the most in question, because 12 and 13-year-olds often are independent enough to stay home for a few hours, but we could look into that, and if the board feels that we wanted to add that layer, just keep in mind, the more you get to a certain tipping point when you have so many students and then the day isn't really maximized, because now you are managing a day full of students, and that comes with the nurse. There's just a whole pile of stuff that happens the more students you get in the building. That's why we were trying to keep it under 25%, but I think we could, we will, if necessary, maybe capture another 40 or 50 students and have some activities for those students until certainly at least half the day.
I wonder if we could reach out to the Boys and Girls Club, or I'm not gonna have to pile everything on them, they do a lot of work, but some community groups that might run that open gym for
More
you.
Buddies we've just already had our second meeting. There's some outreach. There's a lot of interest in a lot of very positive interest in Southern Middle School right now. I think there is still time to develop that plan, and I appreciate that is one of the concerns. Also making sure we fed the students who are off campus. We've thought through some of these things. It's not all detailed yet. Again, I didn't want to throw in another 15 hours of legwork for it. I wasn't sure how the board would feel about changing the calendar in September. So once we know it's a green light, then we can really put our shoulder into this and turn it into something good. And I do expect this to bring value to the academics at the school, and I do want to consider doing this in a more comprehensive way for an entire school year going ahead.
Thank you so much. We appreciate all of your information, and feel like that this is a positive, especially to David's point, if we can make sure that our parents and are on the same page with the schedule. Next, we are going to take a look at our items that will be on our agenda for September the 12th. As far as our action and consent, I would say that our first item, strategic plan, will be an action item. Our capital projects update I have as consent. Our child nutrition equipment quotes I have as an action item. Out-of-state field trips, consent. Amended new EC for services I have as an action item. Approval of contract to refresh grades 2 through 5 I have as action. Adoption of revised calendar for Southern Middle I have as an action, just with the thought of expressing again, so that we can just get the information out up front to the parents. So just to have Dr. Metcalf, you and Dr. Krasinski to come back and just share with the public exactly what's going to happen, and be able just to really express that is really what we're looking for.
And we'll also need to add an action item from 2A.
I have it, budget update.
No. The revision of the elementary and school, secondary school emergency relief vote. The one that
Yes,
Mr.
yes.
Holmes requested.
Yes, that one is a placeholder as well. So that one would be added, Dr. Locklear,
ma'am.
as well as, there was some conversation around, the budget update and discussion,
I would like that to be an action item, yes.
as an action item, so we'll add that one as well.
Which one was that?
The budget update and discussion, Bob had asked, for that to be added as an action item.
What would we be acting upon?
Bob, what,
Well, if what you want to do is to revise your budget, to include those additional things. My mind isn't working real well on that budget update.
That would be recommending to move forward with assigning fund balance for decompression of the classified
Okay,
side
yes,
scale.
yes, thank you for reminding me about
Mr. Levy,
that.
you also asked me to consider looking at the additional teachers,
Yeah.
lowering the other board
lowering
priority,
cast size.
and bring back either a recommendation for that if I so fit. If I didn't make the recommendation, you said you'd make the recommendation.
Yes, I
believe,
would
at the board
move
meeting.
to amend that, but in order to do the decompression, we have to approve that, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And
Okay,
the
so
recommendation.
that has to be an action item.
Yes, I would say the recommendation for that would be this, if the board approved it, would begin it on October 1st.
Yes, yeah, so that would be another agenda item for the budget update and discussion as an action item.
Yes, ma'am.
And are we
Okay.
doing anything on the security or no?
Not at this time. That's coming back for our work session in October.
Okay, so first, we're going to meet with the,
Next,
with-
the
with-
15th.
Okay.
Yeah, to make sure that we don't have anything we need to add or take away. Yeah.
okay.
One clarification. So item B that's an action item, capital projects update, that's action or consent?
I had as, capital projects, I had as consent. Do I need to change to action?
Yes, please.
Okay, I can do
And
that.
as an example, Dr. Locklear, the second item on the top of the second page is air conditioning systems for West End Elementary cafeteria. And the reason I want that on action, we may change that to nutritional funds.
Okay,
So this might change. I
Okay.
suspect it. Well, and here's the other issue, is I plan on looking at the priorities that we haven't funded, because, look, we are, and here's the reason why I want it on action, because I understand the methodology, you know, we're rotely going through a list. Well, it's a list we approved 2 years ago,
Yeah.
or, you know, almost 2 years ago. So, you know, maybe there might be some things that we want to move up higher in priority.
right. And have funds available from another source.
Right, right.
Yeah.
And Dr. Locklear, I'm not gonna ask that it be placed on the agenda for next time, but I would like some research done into the cost of a driver's ed simulator, and whether that money can be secured for the simulator from the driver's ed funds, that we have the $67,000 kids so that they can know how to drive in a heavy rain and the like, before they actually get out on the road and do it. Because when they just do the regular driving program, it's generally not in a heavy rainfall, you know, things like
But
that.
it might be in the Pinehurst traffic circle.
It might
And
be.
that's- And that's gotta be, that's critical here.
Well, we can maybe get a discount on the simulator by offering to put the Pinehurst traffic circle into the simulator.
So, at this time, we're gonna go into board comments. Go ahead, David.
I just have, since Bob was talking about the traffic simulator, I did have a question. I'm going back to the driver's ed thing because we're putting aside $30,000 a year into a reserve fund, doing accrual for the depreciation of the cars. $30,000 a year based upon 1,000 students a year, which is generous. So per the slides, that would be $27,000 a year put into a reserve fund. Being optimistic that you can get a fleet car for $20,000 that's suitable for driver's education. If we have 18 driver's ed cars, those cars are 12 years old. So notwithstanding what was presented, I have a hard time believing that it is self-funded if we're only replacing cars every 18 years. Just maybe something you should look into. The math just doesn't add up as to what we're reserving to replace the vehicles and the number of vehicles we have.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any other comments?
No, that's it. I
Are
promise.
you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. You have any additional comments?
Just a little bit. Number one, I am looking forward to dealing with Robbins Elementary and Aberdeen Elementary on an expedited and emergency basis. These are something that I never thought that we would see in Moore County, and that's two failing schools. And I'm sorry that I have to use that term, but that's the term that the Department of Public Instruction is using. And we're going to get parents righteously who may say, no, I don't want to send my child to that school because it is failing, and either A, I want to send them somewhere else, or I want a voucher, all right? So, and one of the other things that we have to look at, and as we look deeper into the statistics that we just got from the Department of Public Instruction, is that we have a major stratification. It's not our overall grade level performance, but it's our stratification of grade level performance in and among our various schools. And we have to concentrate deeply on some of these troubled schools. And I still am going to push the fact that we have got to, especially for our troubled schools, eliminate some of our enrichment for those students who are not reading and doing math at grade level. I'm also extremely appalled to find out that we have higher class sizes in Aberdeen Elementary than in our schools generally. And so what we really need to do is we really need to take a deep look in that, and we can't let any grass grow under our feet. And I want to especially thank is it Mr. Kinseki? Kinsiski, I want to make. The principal, the principal of Southern Middle, okay? The new principal of Southern Middle, the old principal of West End Elementary, because he's thinking just outside the box and is really giving us some food for thought, and knowing that we can overcome all of these things. And Dr. Locklear, I would hope that we would also take a look at, for these two troubled schools, of bringing in what I call a real consultant. And when I say a real consultant, I'm talking about a person or organization that has actually turned around failing schools and has done it in the past and has done it successfully in other schools, and can give us some suggestions as to how to turn around our schools. Because simply saying that we have a restart school, and it's great to think outside the box, but we lack the data points to say we've got a new thing, it's been tried elsewhere and it's worked, and so we hope it can work in our schools. So we need to think about that, and and think about really giving some hardcore aid to these schools.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Libby?
I believe there's been enough conversation today. No comments?
Dr. Locklear, I forgot to ask you, did you have any final comments from today?
I just want to thank the board as always for their engagement, and it's been a long day for you, and I appreciate your engagement and collaboration and feedback.
Okay, thank you. As always, we appreciate you and your team for always having information ready for us on our work session days, and gives us opportunity to really look deep into the topics that we're discussing. We know that we have more SRO information coming over the next several weeks. We know that at our work session in October that we will do a deeper dive into our test data that we have just received, and really be able to look at that in detail and in depth. So we have still some hot topics coming. At this time, Mr. Dennison is not here, so Mr. Hensley, would you do the honors of a motion?
I make a motion, we adjourn today's meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.